All right, good evening, everybody. I just reset my computer, so I'm gonna need a little bit of time to get all the different menu items up before I can go into Cyberpunk. But I figured at the very least this will give people a chance to come in, and I have a pretty unique reason for being late today. I got a call, so I did kind of take the long way home, but that's not like that doesn't really account for the length of the delay. But what did happen was just before I was ready to go, I got a call and it was a scam call. And like, I don't, I realize this is like a big thing that I guess it's Kit Boga was the guy to really do the whole like waste scammers time thing, and like it's not really been something I've wanted to do, and I sort of feel like anytime you do that now, it's always going to live sort of in the shadow of a big content creator who does it, which obviously if it's something that you've done prior to that becoming very popular gets very frustrating, right? But it is what it is. Like that happened kind of with Book of Hours, and you just keep doing your thing. It's not going to be worth like it's not worth spending all that time thinking about what other people are up to. But I was curious. So in this case, I did decide. I mean, if nothing else, right? It saves someone else the trouble of the challenges they're going to run into. And I was a little curious about how the system worked, so I did deliberately go out of my way to waste the guy's time. And it was interesting. Like I do feel that they are conscious. I don't know if this is a result of how people have been reacting to it, or if this is just part of the playbook. But they do seem to be quite conscious of efforts to waste their time. And like the problem is that I am deep down a big troll, so I inevitably am going to have a little fun with it. For instance, the fact that like I'm, the other thing too is like I do sometimes want to suss out if this is a legitimate call or not. So I mean it's fairly obvious after a short period of time that it's a scam. But even just doing little things like how do I establish like breadcrumbs of this person not being what they say they are, and then the thing that becomes appealing there is just sort of the thinking on your feet in terms of being able to not give the game away while trying to establish as many inconsistencies in the story, and also just seeing how they keep track of some things. So anyways, long story short, it wasn't like a super long call by any stretch of the imagination, but it was always very funny to sort of see where they were accusing me of wasting their time and how I was able to reel them in when of course it's their job to try and appeal to me. And what eventually happened was after I sort of pushed them too many times, and I think like it's on me that I sort of put them in an impossible situation to explain why they were asking for certain information. I they quote unquote put me to the manager. But what was really funny is obvious the guy is like reviewing the information, and then you hear like the other rep like talking to him off the phone. Like it was definitely, obviously it's not they didn't send their best. But it's really clear when he got to some of the trolley stuff that I put in, and he kind of like yells at the guy and the line suddenly goes dead. So the one regret that I have is that I really did want to mock them for being clowns, and I didn't get the opportunity to do that because let's face it, everybody deep down wants to. This isn't true, but one thing I've sort of found about, especially true for the Just Be Kind brigade on on Twitter and stuff like that, but there's a few, like, so people who would seem to be very nice, these are definitely people who have a reputation for being quote unquote the good ones in certain industries. In a lot of cases, these are people who are actually just waiting for social license to be a bully. And you can often see this when there's someone who's a main character on Twitter. Um, it's really interesting to see the people who have a reputation for being like a nice and good person, and to see what they do when it's deemed socially acceptable to pile on someone, because you do actually see two very different kinds of reactions. Um, one, which unfortunately is more common, is that you actually kind of get to see a little bit more of what they're like, because they are among some of the most vicious. And these are the people who probably, there are a couple of stories from people who maybe aren't so quote unquote deserving, who've been on the other side of that. But I mean, the difficulty here is that unless there is a sufficiently popular groundswell, being on the wrong side of someone like that will mean that you face a lot of hardship. And it's kind of a question in terms of whether or not you are willing to deal with that, to I don't know, talk about it or bring it to someone's attention or whatever. And then there is also the group of people. I actually have a lot of respect for these people who do, even when it's the least sympathetic character possible, do actually show some restraint. In fact, I have seen some people even go so far as to sort of talk about how the way that people are treating these, widely derided figures is inconsistent with the values that their broader social circle sort of espouse. And I actually have a lot of respect for that, because it is never very fun to go against the grain. And there is kind of there's a certain amount of social capital that you spend doing that. And very often, the people who are the subjects of these kinds of things are not the most sympathetic figures. Like, there's a lot of people who become the main character who I personally do not care for, would not want to spend any time with them, I dislike. But I do, as much as I can, try not to jump in on the on the festivities. And there's a few reasons for that, but anyways. So yeah, I mean, with that in mind, when I say everybody, behaves, everyone doesn't, but it's certainly the more common one, and I'm certainly not immune to those impulses. But like, obviously, when there's social license to be a bully, you take it. And so in this case, yeah, I would definitely feel a little bit more justified. I'd be a little more justified, like, letting the demon out. Although the protection I would give, or maybe not protection, but the defense I would give for myself is that usually if you can get someone's ego at stake, you can waste more of their time. So if someone sort of knows that you're not going to give them what they want, they're going to try and end the encounter as much as they can. This is actually something I kind of learned in politics. So if I have like someone from a party that wasn't mine that kind of came for canvassing, there are lots of people who will tell you at the door how much they think you personally are a bad person because they don't like your candidate. Those you can learn to live with, right? You're not going to make everybody in the world happy, and then you just move to the next house and hope that it's not the same thing. The one you should be worried about is someone who is super nice to you and always keeps you at the door, because the longer you spend there, the longer you are going to take to finish your poll, or probably you're just not going to get everything done. So of course, if I am in the mood, I will be the nicest person possible to my political rivals. Or, I mean, the best ones are the ones who think that they can convince you at the door. That's the candidate's job, by the way. But the ones who sort of think that they're hot stuff and they've got all the answers, if you just dangle that you might be convinced in front of them, you can waste an entire afternoon with those people. But I mean, I also have better things to do, so that is a rare treat. But anyways. So I, whether it was to extend the encounter or whether it was just a chance for me to be mean to someone with no social consequence, I did not get the chance to mock them, but I did think it was really funny when I heard the guy's presumably supervisor, superior, colleague get mad as soon as they saw my responses, that made it a little bit worth it. But I do come to you belatedly, which we will correct by playing some Cyberpunk. Now, I know the last couple of times, so I did feel bad about starting later today just because I know usually a late start to Cyberpunk means a very low viewership. And I have been trying to get a read on whether or not people would like to continue seeing Cyberpunk or not. Tonight's probably going to be the best opportunity for me to measure that. But my plan is to do at least a couple of side quests. I might even get to some of the main quest with Solomon Reed, but that's kind of a stretch goal, let's say. And yeah, I mean, we'll see where it lands. I think if it's a little bit like last week, I will possibly allow myself to end before 3 hours. It sort of depends how I'm feeling, and it's just because there are some other things that I need to get done tonight, and if if people aren't getting something out of it, presumably the people who do want to watch would want to not miss too much of the story. But I think it's way too early for me to think about that. I will take a break for some tea, but that's not going to take too long. And one other thing, I did just notice a message, so... Okay. Now, I was originally going to try and get myself a new car, but I think probably I'll focus on the criminal activity first. And of course, enjoy the pounding techno. I'll confess, I don't actually have that much to say at the start right now. I'm trying to think... trying to think of any specific Cyberpunk ideas that I can use to sort of fill in the silences, but I think the fact that I was looking for a car sort of leaves me a bit more mute. And I don't mean to recycle the actually, you know what? There is one thing that I thought was kind of interesting. So I picked up the anniversary edition of Snow Crash, and I found something kind of interesting about it. And the forward is quite brief, and it's kind of interesting because I never really thought about this before. But Stevenson writes in it that basically there's nothing about the origins of Snow Crash that couldn't be accounted for in the acknowledgements page. And of course, the acknowledgements page are as old as the book itself. But I did learn a couple of things, both reading the acknowledgements page as well as the forward again. So for those of you not familiar with Snow Crash, its big claim to fame is the fact that it's the one that coined the term metaverse. And I think part of I'm trying to remember the exact order of events, but I know that there was a graphic novel project that I think Stevenson had wanted to work on, and he spent a bunch of money on some graphics hardware. Ultimately, that project was not successful, but he did write a lot of code for it, and he was putting some thought kind of into that overall process. And that apparently is where the idea of the metaverse sort of first started. So I think he kind of took this idea of television and the adoption of television and some of the things that contributed to that, and how the adoption of television led to more development of the television, so bigger screens, higher quality images, and so on and so forth. And sort of this, I think he kind of says like, well, if we had something like an I Love Lucy for computers and we followed a similar trend, like what would that look like? And that's where sort of this idea of the metaverse came from. And what was interesting was apparently Doom came out at the same year, or like within a year of the book being released. And what I think is particularly interesting about that is, if you think about it, like, independent of whether or not the metaverse was realized, which it wasn't, and I mean, if it will be, it's still some time, it's still a way off. But one thing that is kind of interesting is how, and this was a very conscious choice on NVIDIA's part, but how at the founding of NVIDIA, one of the things they sort of had to work out was, we might want to build this new computing paradigm, but how do we get the money for it? Because you might be able to get the initial investment, but if your plans are sufficiently ambitious, you need more than what you can just get from either angel investors or venture capitalists. Assuming you draw a distinction. I think there probably is a useful distinction between the two, but I'm also probably not equipped enough to come up with anything more than sort of a hand-wavy definition. But I think that's it. But I think they made a very conscious decision to pursue gaming because it was one that seemed to be a ready application. I don't think this individual is one for me to worry about. So yeah, they made this conscious decision to pursue gaming. It was an application where you could make a reasonably good claim that it would take advantage of the GPU. In fact, I think originally they may have called it a graphics processing unit, and now I think it's called a general processing unit.
What? Huh?
Kinda had a suspicion that might happen, so I'm in a tough spot given... You know what? Here's what we do. Yeah, so essentially the appeal of gaming was that it was a ready application of the technology, but it was also one where you could make a reasonable argument that it was a pretty deep customer base. And obviously NVIDIA GPUs were a big gaming deal. But it has been 84 years since you could tune into a system stream. Vesper, it is always a delight to have you here. I never keep... oh. Damn. Yeah, so probably not a surprise that they're on alert. But I do seem to have escaped the worst of the consequences. So they're probably going to be searching me out, but I can... Oop. They saw your hot body and were alerted. Anyway, sorry, it's great to see you again, Vesper. I I know I've actually not been that good at attending your streams as well, but I have lurked a little bit more than talked. Not that that's an excuse. And I will mention that we did finally get past the Philip II scenario in Old World. There we go. But I decided to play as Olympias, Alexander's mother, rather than go straight to Alexander himself. So whether that was a decision to wait until you could see Alexander's conquest yourself, or whether that was me being a big old troll and holding back on the goods, I leave it to your judgment. Anyway, so yeah, the gaming connection's kind of interesting in the story of NVIDIA for a couple of reasons. I mean, number one, there's just the idea of it being a very suitable application of a, clearly very influential technology. I think we're at the point, whatever you think of sort of the new wave of interest in AI and applications for it, it's hard to say that it has not been an impactful. You get wanting to play the Queen Mother. Well, also it's the next one in the order, so that's the actual reason. But I don't mind pretending that I'm deliberately trying to mess with you. This should be interesting. But yeah, so gaming does seem to have been that engine through which the developments occurred, and even though we didn't get the metaverse out of it, at least yet, it did wind up sort of financing some very significant technological innovation. And of course now, NVIDIA is an extremely valuable company. Getting money is not, a problem for that. Well, okay. It's always going to be a problem for a company. There's, it's not just a question in terms of how much you can get, but it's the cost of getting that. I think most people will probably, understand that if you've been following what's been happening with Embracer. Whether or not Lars Wingfour's read on the situation and whether or not debt is or isn't a good thing is a, that's maybe, I think there can be reasonable disagreement on that, but obviously he has his views and he's the one making the decision, so, you at least kind of need to acknowledge what his position is on that. Otherwise, there's nothing... There's no meaningful dialogue to be had on that, right? You can say that you disagree with... You can say that you disagree with it, but you obviously want to make sure that you understand... If you want to understand why someone is doing it, it doesn't help to just say, oh, I disagree, therefore, I'll ignore the point of view, right? Someone can be mistaken, and at the very least you want to understand why they're mistaken so that you can avoid making the same mistake yourself. Anyway, sorry, I'm all over the map in terms of topics right now. But yeah, there is something kind of interesting in terms of not just where Stevenson was thinking in terms of technology for Snow Crash, and I think that is a pre-internet. Well, no, probably not pre-internet. Definitely early internet, and I think there's probably a distinction to be drawn between internet and World Wide Web. So maybe pre-World Wide Web would be... I'm sorry, I don't know this.
You ain't getting paid to nap.
I did not notice that guy. But yeah, anyways, I do think it's kind of interesting to think a bit about specifically the NVIDIA journey. One, from a business perspective, it is actually kind of interesting just to see their plan. You know, when they say, okay, if this thing shows promise for gaming, there are other applications for it. But this is an excellent place not only just to prove that the technology is what we think it is, but also to to be able to make some money to finance the future development. And the fact that it's gaming that did it, the pursuit of a slimier monster with wrinkles that you can individually see, and just in some ways you'd kind of consider a very trivial or I don't know, like unimportant sector. But I guess the same could be said about TV, right? Like, to a certain extent, you've got, it's an entertainment, or radio. It is definitely an entertainment medium. But those were two that were very influential in terms of, transmitting ideas and ideas beyond just the entertainment, right? And very often embraced by people who you wouldn't necessarily want their ideas coming out, right? So the Soviet Union, a big film sector. Fascists were very quick to adopt radio, and of course, fortunately, you have the forces of good sort of picking that up as well. So I feel like FDR was someone who was quite effective at being able to communicate with a mass audience about why he was doing what he was doing. But I suppose the one difference that I would notice between television and radio and something like GPUs would be, in this case here, it feels like GPUs are a little bit more aligned with producing things, which is weird because like the things sounds a bit like, obviously it's software, right? So there's not an object that's being created out of the other end. But what I do mean by that is that, like, in terms of radio and television, you've got influence. You're motivating people to do something that you want. In the case of the GPU, let's just take the example of like a large language model or some sort of prediction machine. In those cases, what you're doing is like an input to an overall production process. So, if you're in a bank, you're probably going to use that for something like fraud detection. And I think that's a fairly unambiguous example where that is a beneficial use of the technology. So if ChatGPT, doesn't live up to the tremendous hype surrounding it, chances are there's still going to be something that people have gotten out of the fraud detection side of things. And again, I suspect probably the founders of NVIDIA had something, I don't know if they had exactly this in mind, but I think they had something in mind in terms of a new way of doing computing. But because they pursued gaming as a good, it's a little bit analogous to how Amazon started with books, because there's lots of different books, but they're fairly easy to store and transport. So it's a good test case for making a store that does more than books. And the other thing that seems appealing about that is that I imagine that Intel does not look at an outfit like NVIDIA and say, oh, okay, well, that's a major threat to us. Because, of course, Intel, incredibly dominant in terms of central processing units, but GPUs have some weaknesses compared to CPUs. It depends on what you're trying to do. And it just so happens that a lot of the things that we want to do are maybe done better through GPUs now. And I think, at least until recently, I don't know where it stands right now, but it does so happen that Intel, I think, is the largest manufacturer, or was the largest manufacturer of GPUs, because the GPU that comes with every kind of unit that Intel sells. But of course, if you want the power, you're going for the NVIDIA or the AMD product. Anyways, I'm going to shut up and read the interrogation report. Sophia Wall, 28, height 5 feet 6 inches, resident of Longshore Stacks. Description: the subject was apprehended during a search for missing transport items that disappeared prior to entering the tunnel. The woman intercepted a weapons container with a GPS transmitter. Once the subject was detained, we commenced further investigative activities. The woman declined to respond. We were left with no other option but to use force. In the end, Sophia Wall admitted to a deal with Bargas member Leonardo Ware, with whom she likely had an intimate relationship. Wall stated that Ware would toss previously marked crates off the truck, which she and her associates would then pick up with the aim of selling their contents at the stadium. Following the interrogation, the decision was made to arrest Leonardo Ware. In the interim, Sophia Wall died, likely as a result of injuries sustained during questioning. Signed, Ross Ulmer. Okay, so I don't have an E9 on the first row here. Do we have an FF? We do not. So 1C7A FF would probably be the best start, but we don't. Oh, we do have an FF. Okay, so then can I get, so 1C7A FF. If I go for the 1C up here, I'm back to the problem of needing an E9, but we can get an E9 there. And we can't get the BD though. But you know what? I'm still going to go for it. We'll play it by ear afterwards. 7A FF. So 1C is bad here, but 1C is okay here. If I go for the E9, we actually have two E9s. So an E9 BD. So E9 BD. Yeah. By the way, I didn't mean to forget to do this, but I did not type it in at the time. Vesper Fortune is also a streamer on Twitch. I'm sure most of you figured that out on your own. I'm actually trying to remember the last thing I was watching you play, because you've been playing a couple of interesting indies lately, but they're, I think I can call them RPGs. Anyways, I'm not going to lie, Vesper. I actually don't remember the name of the last thing that you were playing. But Vesper's been a lot of fun to hang out with. I originally found him through Cultist Simulator, which is, of course, a game I have a great love for. But Vesper really does a little bit of everything, it feels. I do think that there is something of a role-playing, indie and role-playing slant to what he does. But not exclusively. And one thing I was actually delighted by, it's sometimes fun to be able to talk about some of the other interactions that people have had. So one thing I really liked was Oswin stopped by Vesper's stream when he was doing a talk about the Satanic Panic. And it's actually really nice to sort of have other people stop by, actually other broadcasters as it turns out, and talking about something really specific that a broadcaster did. Because again, like one of the challenges I have with shoutouts, I always want to give a shout out, but I always found it a bit frustrating when I would be watching a broadcast and every single person that's getting shouted out is kind of the quote-unquote best ever. Because when, you know, when everyone's the best ever, nobody's the best ever. And it doesn't have to be a competition, but it isn't really giving me a reason to follow all of these channels. And there's certainly quite a few people who I respect and I like watching. I don't watch a lot of Twitch, but when I do, you know, these are the people who I like to hang out with. But, you know, everybody's time is valuable. And it's, you know, it's important to try and give a reason for that. Otherwise, people are going to be less likely to check it out. And at that point, the shout out is either, you know, just to maintain, you know, social relationships, which I guess there's a role for that, but it then kind of becomes insincere. But overall, you kind of, you know, you just kind of want to respect people's time as much as you can. And certainly these are people who are, in my opinion at least, very much worth watching. And so being able to just give people a reason to hang out, I don't know, I feel that's part of doing the shout out, even if it does mean it takes me longer. But I think most people have kind of figured out that I usually just talk a whole lot anyway. So, but I'm glad you're blushing, I guess, Vesper. I'm not quite sure the right way to I'm glad that you feel appreciated, because I am very happy to be able to catch your stuff, and I think you deserve the recognition. Okay, I will ping the light if I have to. I kind of feel like I should be able to grab him from behind here, but
I'll look for intruders.
oh, come on.
Something's off.
I don't even know if I'm in the area with all the high value stuff. Hmm. I hear a relic.
Triple check everything. Not ready. The rat bastard. Permission to shit dog, boss? He's gouging us. Clear as day.
Okay, so there's something I want to shut off on the other end there.
Why we gotta get shipments through that one? One word. Sci-tech. They said no Remy, no deal. Can bitch all we want, but he ain't going anywhere. End of topic. Back to work.
Okay, so I think I have a pretty good idea of what I'm up against. I hope I can get away with this. Oh, I definitely didn't.
Let me see him inside!
System collapse isn't going to do the trick. Whoa! I guess I could have turned those friendly. By the way, Vesper, I should mention the animator who did the Alexander anime, I guess. I don't know if you've ever heard of Aeon Flux, but I found like an old set of DVDs on eBay. And similar animation style. It's an interesting one. I'm still trying to find out what the hell it's about, but it's oddly compelling.
Don't stop! All guns on them!
Okay, that's the boss.
some big guns.
Okay, so I think it's just me and the boss now. I'm gonna take the time to pick up some items. Okay, sounds like there's another guy. I also don't see the boss's health bar anywhere, so. Oh.
Grabbing some big.
Oh, interesting. I kind of thought that it might have some connection with like Gnosticism, because I think there's a Gnostic concept of like an aeon in it, and then there's like every once in a while there's just like a couple of hints that it's going in that direction, but it's like it's a science fiction, like this dystopia, so it's not immediately clear to me that that's like it, just because it uses one term that might be familiar from another field of study doesn't mean that all of a sudden that's it's not like it kind of cracks open the let's see if we can blow up the server. That doesn't necessarily mean that like that's the skeleton key to unlocking the work. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of it. Okay, well, we'll find another way there. I will, however... Oh! Okay, we're going to turn you into a friendly. Good point. Yeah, I mean, like, again, it's one of these things where I find it helpful not to assume I'm the only person who's ever heard of these terms. And generally, if you see it coming up in, something that you're watching or something that you like, you don't need to, like, lose your mind over it. But it's worth paying attention to. And if it takes you to an interesting place, so much the better. And if it doesn't, well, again, you hopefully didn't make that big of a deal about it in the first place, so you don't feel too much disappointment. But again, like I said, that's already making a big assumption that I know what the hell is going on in that show. So, okay, so I've got 1C, 7A, 7A. So I've got 1C, and then I can do a 7A, then a 7A, or 7A, 7A, or 7A. Actually, these are effectively identical. So if I do that, so 7A, 7A, so then I could get the E9, then I could get the 1C and the 7A. Okay, so let's play it by ear. So this is the only 7A that I have, and unfortunately that doesn't give me the FF, so... Yeah, fair enough. Well, that's just it, right? Like I try not to assign any I try not to assign too much value onto it until the end for precisely the reason you mentioned. I mean, the other thing too is that I'm not that clever. So it could be that there is sort of a reference that's a little too subtle for me, or it could be that it's just going in a different direction or approaching something from a different way. And sometimes, like, this is one of the reasons why I tend to get annoyed by some of the backseating stuff, is that sometimes being in error and being able to work through that error can actually be a really educational experience. It can teach you something new about whatever you're looking at, because in the end, it's an insight that you have sort of earned for yourself, as opposed to having somebody just sort of tell you what to think. And it's very easy to kind of get into a kind of a, I don't know, like a sort of sloth in terms of just reading and thinking through these sorts of things. And I guess the biggest thing is that it's actually quite fun to like sit down and like wrestle with a topic, even if it's like trivial. You know, the work can be fun. And I mean, hopefully people find the work fun, because, you know, we do all of this stuff for pleasure. Like, it's not like there's a prize for the best interpretation of a TV show or a game or something like that. But I like kind of using math as an example. So when I was in high school, I left math with a very, wow.
Fucking tastic.
Obviously, I want to take out the weak spot first.
Keep the fucking formation.
That goes a little bit too close to the blast.
What's going on here?
So short circuit ought to take him out. Ross Ulmer and Cassidy Schneider. Yeah, listen, SciTech needs to do some biz with Militech on neutral soil. We need to find a place to meet, but quiet. Heavy Hearts, tomorrow night, VIP area, booth 1. Hope is under your name. Your hope is not in vain. Thanks, Hanson doesn't need to know a thing. Sweetheart, the less he knows, the deeper my pockets. Anyways, so when I got out of high school, and this is partly a question of application on my part, but I left with an understanding, like the kind of understanding of mathematics that had me failing to appreciate that the square, so like x squared, you know, so 2 squared, 2 times 2 is 4, or, you know, 4 squared, 4 times 4 is 16. And that the square root, say, you know, square root of 16 is 4, square root of 9 is 3, square root of 4 is 2. I didn't appreciate that those were sort of like inverses of each other. So, like, the way I understood the square root was basically you look at the number in the house and you really hope that it's a number like 4, 9, 16, you know, something nice that could give you, like, you know, a 3 at the end or something like that. And if you wound up with like a horrible situation where it was like, you know, square root of 2 or 8 or something like that, no human being would ever be able to calculate that. If you weren't allowed a calculator in the exam, you were screwed. So I mean that's not great. That is not an indication of a successful mathematics career. But on the other hand, I kind of knew I was going to movies, so I didn't care. And of course, knowing that I wanted to get into econ meant that I did actually need to start caring about that stuff. And so I did some upgrading. And again, this is why I don't really believe it when people say that they're not a math person. I think that is probably more a question in terms of how they... I mean, what their origin is, but also, you know, it is sometimes a question in terms of just, you know, application. Like, have you applied yourself? Have you been given the opportunity to, you know, to maybe surprise yourself to do a little bit more than you thought you could? But I was going somewhere with this. Oh yeah. So, you know, the thing is that, I mean, at some point I had to learn it, you know, and at some point someone basically had to tell me that these were, you know, these were basically kind of two sides of the same coin. But for me, I got that through reading a textbook and working through the problem. And, you know, even being able so one thing is that the process of actually wrestling with that and like knowing why that was true and why that had to be true, actually does carry a number of beneficial side effects. So it allows me to appreciate how you can write a square root. You don't just need to use that special house, but you can in fact write, you know, the square root as, you know, x to the power of 1/2. And that is helpful because once you kind of need to learn the rules of the exponents, it makes sense how, you know, if you have something like x to the power of 2 and then you take that to the power of 1/2, you wind up with 1. And you wind up with 1, anything to the power of 1 is itself. But basically, being able to see that and sort of work through it, it's not just sort of, you learn this rule for this special case, you learn that rule for that special case, but you kind of start seeing how all of these things fit together, and it gives you a stronger foundation on which to build other knowledge. So for instance, I am really terrible at if any of you had to do calculus, you know, it's usually pretty easy. You start with differentiation. So if you start with differentiation, then you learn like how to handle a derivative with you know, a plus. So, you know, like x squared plus x cubed. And then you take the derivative, so then you get 2x and then 3x squared, right? So you apply the power rule, and then in terms of addition, then you just kind of work through that. And then you have, like, if two numbers are multiplied together, you want it to work one way, but it actually winds up working another way. And then eventually, like, you learn a rule for that. And then there's a quotient rule, which I can never remember. But I don't need to remember because I just need to apply the multiplication rule with the right exponent, you know, basically a negative exponent, which turns it into division. And I'm able to get what I need. I'm able to basically derive that rule because it's not a very natural one to think about. And again, is it faster? No, right? It's not the equivalent of doing like a Google search for that rule. But it does mean that you're sort of able to sort of understand how all of these things work together. And to me, I find that there is a lot of value in being able to do that. And again, that just kind of comes back to this idea of sort of earning your knowledge. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but let's knock this out. So if I do 1C, so I can do FF there. Okay, so I've got multiple choices for 1C. So if I go 1C, 1C, then I can do an E9, but I don't have another E9, but I do have an E9, E9, and then a 7A. So, but I didn't have enough slots, so. Okay, I kind of want to go up here, but I also want to see if I can unlock that... still kicking. I do want to see if I can unlock the relic room. No. So I'll go back and try that later, but for now, let's see if I can... Actually, if you can just give me a second, I wanted to try and make it to the hour, but I kind of need to go to the bathroom. But I also would like to kind of well, not refill, but I kind of like to get a tea and all of that. So I'm going to take my break a couple minutes early. I'm sorry to do so so arbitrarily, but I don't know, the force is with me. So I will be back. It might be... I'm going to try and keep it as short as I can, but I do need to boil the water and all of that, so this might take a little bit longer. So I'm going to try and aim maybe around 5 minutes or so. But I'll run the ads just so if people come in, they can avoid the pre-roll. I think, Vesper, you might be the only one hanging around right now. So I encourage you to get up, have a stretch. Otherwise, take care of yourself. And again, like I said, I'll try to be back as soon as I can so we can enjoy some more Cyberpunk. And hopefully without interruptions for further tea and other goodies. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Brothers and sisters, comrades and friends, I'm back. I hope you had an enjoyable break. I got a whole glass of water and a steeping tea in front of me. Now, Vesper, I know you mentioned that you haven't tried Cyberpunk. Do you have any opinions about it, having watched the streams a little bit? Toxic Waste from Paige Spencer to Ross Ulmer. We're sending you some gear. One of the client's peeps will come to collect. Just be careful with the goods. It's already paid up. You'll have to, also have a few barrels to toss, mostly chemical waste from the factory. Just do it quietly. If anyone asks, it wasn't us. You gonna fucking poison us? We're already stretched thin here. I didn't sign up for this shit. Send up some goddamn masks and suits. How about you just do what I fucking tell you? Just dump the barrel somewhere north of D-Town and don't breathe through your mouth. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the DLC is definitely touching on a lot of the things that I think are interesting. But I mean, like, I'm a sucker for a good spy story, right? So, and I'm actually pretty I'm pretty easy to please when it comes to spy stories. Like, it doesn't have to be, I mean, not like I would know the difference, right? But like, I think there's a certain degree of authenticity in sort of the Jean Le Carré stuff, you know, as opposed to, say, Ian Fleming. Although I do believe Ian Fleming was involved in Camp X, so I suppose he'd know. But yeah, I mean, like, there's just, I don't know. Okay, I think it's just, in general, these kinds of stories are interesting because of the way that they interact with the overall setting. So, you know, the role of the government is quite different in the cyberpunk setting. It doesn't mean that it isn't it isn't important, but it's important in a different way. And then, of course, my character in the base game is Arasaka Counter Intel, and so that adds another dimension to it. And I also believe, I think around the time of Cyberpunk Red, there is a little bit more, I guess, swagger on the part of the, swagger is probably the wrong term, but in terms of the forces that are resisting corporations, there do actually seem to be a few examples of where sort of the reach of the megacorps is not quite as far as you would maybe imagine from settings like this. And that, you know, again, that just creates for sort of this interesting, that creates for a few more interesting possibilities. An example that I would take here, right? So 1984 is a very well done book. But there is also a certain set of limitations in terms of the types of stories or experiences you can see. So I don't think anybody reads 1984 expecting there to be some kind of revolution. Like, I don't think anybody expects that Winston Smith is going to overthrow the party in Big Brother. And so the drama for that story comes from a different place, and it's, you know, it's very effective. It, you know, it does it, there's a reason why people are still talking about it, and why there are you know, why there's so many terms from that book that have, you know, entered into sort of our common usage. But I think in the case of something like Cyberpunk, you, especially in the context of a tabletop role-playing game, but I also think in a game like this, like, if you make the corporations too powerful, like if you make them as powerful as the party, Ingsoc, in the world of 1984, you do run the risk of sort of making the player feel, I guess, a little more disengaged from the like the game overall. So, you know, like, essentially, if you're dealing with this, like, you kind of need to think of the context, because so much Lovecraftian stuff works precisely because you're facing a force which is, you know, effectively unbeatable. But I guess in the case of like the Cyberpunk, you need to have enough space to sort of have your resistance to be able to sort of work at the edges. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. And I think, my tea's done steeping. Just give me a second. And I think sort of a loosening of the grip. So essentially with the corporations, they're still incredibly powerful in the cyberpunk setting, but that doesn't mean that they can't be pushed back. And so as a result, I think the fact that there's a little bit of give dangles just enough, doesn't even have to be hope, but dangles just enough opportunity in front of the players to make them try. And then, of course, if you want to pull that away, you absolutely can, but that's your choice. It's only recently that we got hopeful Cyberpunk. Yeah, I mean, I don't even necessarily need it to be hopeful, but I do think that the Hieroglyph project, which I know of from Neil Stephenson, but I realize it's not just him, but this idea that it's been dystopias for so long, and it did used to be the case that science fiction was something that was inspiring and maybe even aspirational. And I think it would be good if people, even now, even after sort of the recognition of that, I still think it would be good if people put a little more thought into that. I mean, like, basically, I don't think everything has to be Blade Runner. And I think it's more interesting when people recognize that not everything has to be Blade Runner. Okay, kids outside. Yo, boss, the boys are saying there's some kids hanging around the entryway. They tried firing some warning shots, but the little turds keep coming back. Honestly, don't know how to handle this. They're just kids after all. Must be scouts from the Scats or the Stacks or the Scabs. My bet they're out there trying to scan the goods going through the tunnel. Round them up and beat some sense into them. You owe me. Leon Rinder to Ross Ulmer. Ross, I need to get out of Dogtown quick and quiet. Keep this between you and me. Kurt can't know. You could send someone could you send someone you trust to get me over to the abandoned motel in Pacifica? Paul will be waiting for you in front of the tunnel. Good choom. Trustworthy. Won't forget this ever. Thanks. Okay. So that was sort of the objective that I was going for, but clearly if I... Yeah, so we're definitely not done here. I want that... Handgun, smart guns, heavy weapons. So basically I want that relic. And I was checking earlier where I might be able to access it, and then I stopped looking. So I'm back to the drawing board. So one thing that I note here is the ladder, right? But given that I've beaten the boss, I'm just going to make sure. Okay, so we don't have the technical ability, don't have the ability to solve it through hacking. Cleaning machine's not going to do anything for me there. And we do have sort of a peek inside, right? So we've got cable, we've got... what else? Right, so like on its own, when I take a look in here, I don't see anything obvious to manipulate to get in. I do note, however, that if we somehow get through this gate, right, there's a ladder here that we can follow. So then we say, okay, well, how would I get to that ladder? Well, clearly I can't go around. There seems to be sort of this area here. And then if I take a look down below, it's like, okay, well, maybe there's a way that I can access that. So we say, how might I be able to get to this lower area? And there's a few spots where it's like, okay, it's a little hard to see, but we at least have sort of we have kind of something we can gesture at in terms of a new goal. So I don't feel completely lost. So in this case, you know, not too much I can work with. This is a little loose, but not enough for me to kind of go through. If I wanted, I can even try chucking a grenade, but that didn't do anything in terms of unlocking the area. So again, this will sort of say, all right, well, not quite sure what to make of that. But seeing as we sort of know there's enough... given that we sort of know that there's enough space down below to be crawling, it still doesn't hurt for us. Okay, I saw a blue highlight for something. So like this is an example of a place where I wouldn't try to go down just because there's too many pipes. And in fact, this is probably not a bad indicator that this is less promising. But I do at least want to see if I've... At this point, I kind of want to satisfy myself that I have, in fact, given this a proper look. So these are kind of the same problem. You know, it looks like there's an opportunity here, but when it comes down to it, we just don't have any way to go down lower. And of course, there might be something that I'm missing just because of the just because it's kind of dark, but I don't find that helpful to speculate too much. And in fact, that might actually close off the possibilities for me, because the more I look at this, so I was thinking that maybe if I go in here, I might find a path to the relic, but it's going in the wrong way, and I'm basically like I just don't see a way that I can make that work. So whatever I'm looking for, it's definitely in this room. Well, what I'll do here, let's just follow the... Okay, so that's my ultimate destination. So that seems to completely block me off. So I'm going to say that this is not a useful area for me to try and go below. So whenever I see a bunch of stuff down here, it's always kind of suggestive. Oh. There we go. I'm sure someone more clever than I would have found that before, but... So, out of curiosity, Vesper, please don't feel the need... I like doing interaction just because, you know, it's been a while since we've got a chance to have a proper chat. Do you have any example of hopeful cyberpunks that you've seen recently? I'm curious if I can... Yeah, I can open this from the other side. Tikri! 20 months! Too long, but I appreciate it. Let's read the workplace safety rules. Use of pumping station by authorized persons only. Pumping station should not be shut down without shift supervisor permission. Any expansion, repair, or maintenance of the electrical system is to be done by authorized persons only. This pumping station services the Los Osos motel system. Connection to other building systems is strictly forbidden. Always lovely to see you, Kree. I will mention I am kind of amused, and then I kind of feel bad about it, because obviously I'm just trying to be silly, and then you wind up saying something far more interesting. But I was actually news to I never really looked up the zodiac symbol before, so I was originally just messaging you for a good laugh, and then I wound up learning something new about you and Tay. So always it's fun to see you for a number of reasons. One of which is that you always get to surprise me a little bit with another layer when I'm just skimming along the surface. But of course, your continued resub for over a year and a half now is very much appreciated. Sorry, just give me a quick second here. I think this is the same message that I saw before, but okay, cool. It's the only other sign that you know by sight, and not for the reason you would think. So, anyways, lovely to see you as always. Inspection will be welcoming a few guests in the tunnels tomorrow, so get your asses in gear and make damn sure there's no fuck-ups. Officially, we don't know who these guests represent, but unofficially they're Arasaka suits. You understand the gravity of the situation, yes? Sure hope so. The corporates are looking for a way to move some real hot cargo from the stadium, so your job's to fulfill their every whim and show them around the dump with a smile on your faces. Tsunami Defense Systems, fakes. Check the drop from the stadium. Should be some tsunami iron inside with fake chips. 24 Kyubi, 48 Kappa, 12 Nekomata, and 24 grenades. Alright, got the goods that I wanted. I suspect it's a little too much to hope that the car to steal will still be there, but we'll take a jog and see what we can find. And yeah, I'm not too... I don't feel like a great injustice has been done. Actually, we're back in Pacifica. Okay, well, you know what? Let's I think I'm going to take the time to do some boxing. I'm going to take some time to steal a car. Oh, crap. That has an owner. Sacre bleu! Oops. Alright, I wanted to try and get clever with it, but... Oh, fair enough. I'm actually not familiar with Hunger Games, so and that's actually a big, sort of gap in my...
Alright, V, flipping you the cords. These little cruisers very eager to swap hands.
Man, this thing's fast.
Alright, now get the fuck over here. Kinda in a hurry on this one.
I might want to get one of these myself when my car shopping's done. So 2 minutes for 3 kilometers is not a lot of time. Especially because I'm not driving in a straight line, but we'll see if we can make it. The pounding techno gives us a slight speed boost. Okay, 1 minute, 1.3. This might be one of those heartbreakers where I make it, but I'm not in the spot on time. I can also afford to smash this thing up, it seems like, but I don't want to. Are you kidding me? Half a kilometer, 30 seconds. Maybe. It's not exactly the kind of traffic I want to be doing a rush job in, but... hold your breath. Oh, I screwed it up. Obviously could have been better, but... oh, fair enough. I mean, like, the thing is, I don't, I always feel a little bad saying this, so I try to avoid it. Like, I don't, there's a certain type that, I think there's a certain type that, like, kind of likes to look down on YA stuff. And... I don't know, like, I think a good default to have, and this is the one that I normally have, is like, you know, let people read what they want, and you know, just enjoy it, and that's, I think, not a bad default to have. I do sometimes get a little, I don't even want to say a little worried, but like, sometimes I am a little curious about how that will kind of be people's only reading. And, you know, again, like, I don't really feel like there is right reading. But I do also sometimes see, just in the way that people talk about stuff, almost this kind of like arrested development. And I think that it's, like, isn't necessarily a problem with the reading itself so much as it is an indicator of other factors. You know, again, I want to be, because, like, it's not like I enjoy books less when people are, you know, are limiting themselves to a certain style. But on the other hand, I also think people, you know, should have some ambitions for themselves, right? Like, you know, why wouldn't you want to build up to a spot where you could read, you know, like a Moby Dick and really enjoy it? And, you know, I don't necessarily like everything that I read, right? Sometimes these things don't have the reward that you think. You like every stunt in Millennium. Yeah, so that's
interesting.
That's the thing, right? I would never want someone to feel like I disrespect their taste of books from something like that. It's the broader spectrum. Like, you obviously have other things going on for you. But I think also probably I think my position became a little harder on this just because YA also seems to have a lot of like internet drama associated with it. And so I always sometimes think that, you know, when I sort of talk about indicators of other issues, like I kind of feel like that that might play into it a little bit. But the other thing too, like I have to admit, like I'm just not that familiar. And I do sometimes wonder if some of the stuff that I enjoy, you know, so like I like science fiction, and I do sometimes wonder if what I am reading is, you know, basically like old people YA when YA didn't exist. And, you know, it just has this air of respectability because, you know, you can talk about like an Asimov or a Bradbury or something, or a Heinlein, and, you know, the test of time has sort of been a bit kinder to those. I had no idea Vesper Fortune. Anyways, I think probably that this is one drawback. Like, I don't really feel like I express my true views well on that particular issue, so it's why. Because like the thing I don't want to do is walk away, have someone walk away with the impression that they should feel like embarrassed to mention that they like reading YA stuff. In fact, the writers group at work, and obviously, like, you know, I don't want to talk myself up too much, but like it is a professional job that I have, right? It's the sort of thing that like when you get that job, it's like, oh, I'm a grown up now, right? Like I have a grown up job. I don't have to wear a suit to work, fortunately, but like, you know, it's a, you know, this is a thing, you know, you find out that people of a certain age, or, you know, someone who maybe as a kid you like, oh, this is an adult, right? You know, this is what an adult looks like. And, you know, I have one of those jobs now. Oh God, I'm old. But yeah, it's just, you know, a bunch of the writers there do seem to work in that genre. And I'm not producing any creative work at all. Well, creative in the sense of like fiction. I do still write the essays in that, which some people think does not involve creativity. I disagree. I do think there needs to be a new age genre for adults who feel like teenagers because we grew up in a fucked up time, because I think that describes a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, you know, the other thing, like, so I think the thing too is that I think there's a lot of very good writing that is still targeted towards a certain group. So like, you know, Animal Farm is very obviously intended for people who understand what the Soviet Union is. But, you know, I remember reading that when I was little too. And my dad was like a Cold War. Like, I think he probably would be a little disappointed. 30-year-old teenager. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like my dad maybe just regrets that the Berlin Wall fell. Like, he's very obsessed with the Soviet Union and like the evil empire. It's how I know about Ronald Reagan. Oh, actually, does anybody want to hear a cheeky essay from me? It's only very tangentially related to Cyberpunk, but might be a fun little, if people want to hear me read something mildly profane. Yes, please. Okay. I think I'll switch to just chatting for a little bit for this, because it's like I said, it's tangentially related, but you might have some fun. It's the Hierophant. The Hierophant symbolizes a respect for tradition. It represents one who tries to maintain the established order, even through though their very character is shaped by it. The Hierophant places his faith in institutions, where the alternative is pure chaos. Only by placing his faith in order can he draw strength. Gamer Matthew, 0th of the name, first edition, or possibly the prequel. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm gonna be on a tangential rant, as Vesper points out. So I apologize if you are here for Cyberpunk, but we will be returning to it. But I figure, anybody here know who J.G. Ballard is? I feel like there might be a couple of you who like his work. I will mention one of his works in a bit, but let me see if I can find a copy of this. So J.G. Ballard wrote a book called Crash that was turned into a movie called Crash, Canadian movie called Crash. It's not the only one that he wrote. What are some of the others that he did? The Drowned World. There's like the Drowned World Atrocity Exhibition. I think there was one he did called High Rise. He also wrote Empire of the Sun, which was turned into a pretty good Spielberg movie, starring a young Christian Bale. I am trying to find... This used to be a lot easier to find online. Ah! Access is currently limited. Apparently this appeared in the Atrocity exhibition. I swear there's a copy of it online somewhere, though. Okay, I think I found one. So I'm just going to switch to just chatting for a second so I can read this. All right. Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan by J.G. Ballard. At the 1980 Republican Convention in San Francisco, a copy of the Reagan text, minus its title and the running sideheads, and furnished with the seal of the Republican Party, was distributed by some puckish pro-situationists to the RNC delegates. It was accepted for what it resembled, a psychological position paper on the candidate's subliminal appeal, commissioned by some maverick think tank. Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, 1967, by J.G. Ballard, excerpt from the Atrocity Exhibition. Ronald Reagan and the Conceptual Auto Disaster. Numerous studies have been conducted upon patients in terminal paresis, GPI, placing Reagan in a series of simulated auto crashes, e.g. multiple pileups, head-on collisions, motorcade attacks. Fantasies of presidential assassinations remained a continuing preoccupation. Subjects showed a marked polymorphic fixation on windshields and rear trunk assemblies. Powerful erotic fantasies of anal sadistics surrounded the image of the presidential contender. Subjects were required to construct the optimum auto disaster victim by placing a replica of Reagan's head on unretouched photographs of crash fatalities. In 82% of cases, massive rear-end collisions were selected with a preference for expressed fecal matter and rectal hemorrhages. Further tests were conducted to define the optimum model year. These indicate a 3-year model lapse with child victims provide the maximum audience excitation, confirmed by manufacturers' studies of the optimum auto disaster. It is hoped to construct a rectal modulus of Reagan and the auto disaster of maximized audience arousal. Motion picture studies of Ronald Reagan reveal characteristic patterns of facial tones and musculature associated with homoerotic behavior. The continuing tension of buccal sphincters and recessive tongue roll tally with earlier studies of facial rigidity. Cf. Adolf Hitler, Nixon. Slow-motion cinefilms of campaign speeches exercised a marked erotic effect upon an audience of spastic children. Even with mature adults, the verbal material was found to have a minimal effect, as demonstrated by substitution of an edited tape giving diametrically opposed opinions. Incidents of orgasms in fantasies of sexual intercourse with Ronald Reagan. Patients were provided with assembly kit photographs of sexual partners during intercourse. In each case, Reagan's face was superimposed upon the original partner. Vaginal intercourse with Reagan, quote-unquote Reagan, proved uniformly disappointing, producing an orgasm in 2% of subjects. Auxiliary, buccal, naval, oral, and orbital modes produced proximal erections. The preferred mode of entry overwhelmingly proved to be rectal. After a preliminary course in anatomy, it was found that the caecum and transverse colon also provided excellent sites for excitation. In an extreme 12% of cases, the simulated anus of post-colostomy surgery generated spontaneous orgasm in 98% of penetrations. Multiple track cinefilms were constructed of quote-unquote Reagan in intercourse during A. campaign speeches, B. rear-end auto collisions with 1- and 3-year model changes, C. with rear exhaust assemblies. Sexual fantasies in connection with Ronald Reagan. The genitalia of the presidential contender exercised continuing fascination. A series of imaginary genitalia were constructed using A. the mouthparts of Jacqueline Kennedy, B. a Cadillac, and C. an assembly kit prepuces of President Johnson. In 89% of cases, the constructed genitalia generated a high incidence of self-induced orgasm. Tests indicate the masturbatory nature of the presidential contender's posture. Dolls consisting of plastic models of Reagan's alternate genitalia were found to have a disturbing effect on deprived children. Reagan's hairstyle. Studies were conducted on the marked fascination exercised by the presidential contender's hairstyle. 65% of male subjects made positive connections between the hairstyle and their own pubic hair. A series of optimum hairstyles were constructed. The conceptual role of Reagan. Fragments of Reagan's synetized postures were used in the construction of model psychodramas in which the Reagan figure played the role of husband, doctor, insurance salesman, marriage counselor, etc. The failure of these roles to express any meaning reveals the non-functional character of Reagan. Reagan's success, therefore, indicates society's periodic need to reconceptualize its political leaders. Reagan thus appears as a series of posture concepts, basic equations which reformulate the roles of aggression and anality. Reagan's personality, the profound anality of the presidential contender, may be expected to dominate the United States in the coming years. By contrast, the late JFK remained the prototype of the oral subject, usually conceived in pubertal terms. In further studies, sadistic psychopaths were given the task of devising sex fantasies involving Reagan. Results confirm the probability of presidential figures being perceived primarily in genital terms. The face of L.B. Johnson is clearly genital in significant appearance, the nasal, prepuce, and scrotal jaw, etc. Faces were seen as either circumcised, JFK, Khrushchev, or uncircumcised, LBJ, Adenauer. In assembly kit tests, Reagan's face was uniformly perceived as a penile erection. Patients were encouraged to devise the optimum sex death of Ronald Reagan. I do love the fact that this was sent around the Republican National Convention. But there are like a few. So first of all, if you've read Crash, I'm pretty sure this predates Crash, and you can already see a little bit about where Ballard's head is. But there are a few things here, like this idea that Reagan would be saying some things that people would utterly. I forgot we were on my site for a second. Yeah, like I said, it is not exactly the usual sort of thing that I read. Ballard can be a tough read. What's weird is I have actually been in a car crash, and while I am certainly not going to be aroused by car crashes or any of the things that are really described in that book, I will confess that some of the descriptions I really had to say, it's like, he's onto something here. Which may not say great things about me, but no, there are actually a few interesting things here. Like, so this idea of Reagan speaking in kind of this reassuring tone, and yet saying things that I think a lot of people would find very alarming. Like, that is kind of present inside here, although certainly presented in its own, one might say Ballardian way. So here's a little bit of context for the article. Wikipedia is my usual source here. Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, 1968, by J.G. Ballard, is a short story written in the style of a scientific report that catalogs a series of psychological experiments intended to measure the psychosexual appeal of the Californian politician. I should probably note here that this is pre-presidential Reagan. I'm sure everybody figured that out from 1968, but it's Ronald Reagan. You're allowed to say anything bad. Well, this is one of the reasons I read it out, Vesper. I knew you're a big fan. So, in the style of a scientific report that catalogs a series of psychosexual experiments intended to measure the psychosexual appeal of the Californian politician Ronald Reagan, who was then the governor of the state of California and also a candidate for the 1968 Republican presidential nomination, which he lost to Richard M. Nixon. First published as a pamphlet in 1968 by the Unicorn Bookshop in Brighton, England, the short story Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan was later republished in the Atrocity Exhibition, 1970, a collection of thematically related short stories. In the preface of the 1990 edition, The Atrocity Exhibition, novelist J.G. Ballard said that he was impressed and inspired by the phenomena of media politicians who speak for private interests whilst pretending to speak for the public interest, because in his commercials, Reagan used the smooth teleprompter-perfect tones of the TV auto salesman to project a political message that was absolutely the reverse of bland and reassuring. A complete discontinuity existed between Reagan's manner and body... Oh yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. Manner and body language on the one hand, and his scarily simplistic right-wing message on the other hand. Above all, it struck me that Reagan was the first politician to exploit the fact that his TV audience would not be listening too closely, if at all, to what he was saying, and indeed might well assume from his manner and presentation that he was saying the exact opposite of the words actually emerging from his mouth. A bookseller who sold the pamphlet edition of the short story Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, 1968, was charged with the crime of public obscenity. In 1970, the Doubleday Publishing House included the pamphlet edition as an appendix to the first U.S. edition of the Atrocity Exhibition, which is a collection of thematically related short stories and condensed novels. Moreover, at the 1980 Republican National Convention in Detroit, Michigan, as a political prank, ex-situationists distributed a copy of the short story Why I Want to Fuck Ronald Reagan, the cover of which was decorated with the official seal of the Republican Party in order to impress and deceive the delegates of the report's documentary credibility. Ballard said that the political delegates readily accepted the short story fiction for what it resembled, a scientific report about the psychological dynamics of the subliminal appeal of the media politician Ronald Reagan, who was proffering himself as a Republican candidate for the national presidency. And quotes, which I know you've already seen, patients were provided with assembly kit photographs of sexual partners during intercourse. In each case, Reagan's face was superimposed upon the original partner. Vaginal intercourse with Reagan proved uniformly disappointing, producing orgasm in 2% of the subjects. And faces were seen as either circumcised, JFK Khrushchev, or uncircumcised, LBJ Adenauer. In assembly kit tests, Reagan's face was uniformly perceived as a penile erection. Patients were encouraged to devise the optimum sex death of Ronald Reagan. Crash, a Ballard novel which focuses on similar themes. Is anybody familiar with Crash? I'm not going to read the description here, but this would make a lot more sense if somebody was familiar with it. Anyways, I hope that digression wasn't too horrifying for everybody. I am not tagged as just chatting. I apologize. If you are into cyberpunk stuff, though, and you're not necessarily looking for something that is, like, on the nose, you could do worse than read some of Ballard's stuff. Like, you're not necessarily going to look at that and say, oh, like, this is obviously cyberpunk. But I find it very hard to see how someone who's interested in these kinds of stories would, not get anything out of those. Optimize Sex Death sounds like a good metal band. Okay, I don't think I want to do down on the street. That's a main quest thing. I should probably get back to the task at hand. I don't mind the idea of maybe getting in the ring. And maybe if I had a chance to buy a car on the way. Actually, tell you what, Cree, maybe I should open up an account on your site and I just find like a collection of things to read. You know, diversify my revenue streams. Interesting. Probably need to... The biggest trouble that I would run into is I'd need to figure out a visual. I'm assuming if I got a webcam that would actually be a driver away, but... I don't know. Obviously the answer is AI, right? Everybody loves AI images. Cree doesn't run a site. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Would it be DMs is the best play? Yeah, I don't want to get you in trouble, Cree. Yeah. I need to figure out exactly how the rules work on this, because I feel it's kind of bad to sort of tiptoe around it. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, again, like I said, I don't know. And mostly I kind of take your cue on it because I'm not a connoisseur. I can't exactly speak to its merits. But I also think it's kind of dumb to, I don't know, like to not be able to talk about people's interests or their own stuff. So. Okay, so I was like, did the police car? Anyways, doesn't matter. Oh, fair enough. I get it. Like I mean, I think everybody who's streamed probably has had that experience of like somebody coming in and is like, "Hello, fellow streamer. I just finished." Like it's like the first thing that they say. You've never seen them before. I just finished a long session of streaming. I like playing the game you play too. Isn't streaming fun, fellow streamer? And you know, like obviously that's not great. But I feel that there's also a I feel like there's kind of there's like a response to that which was equally unhelpful, where like I think people were somehow expected to pretend that like other streams didn't exist, and I don't think that's a good way to do it either, because I think communities are a very good thing to have. And
I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duty.
I love how absolutely insane the game suddenly just went. I didn't realize that the Just Cause, we were playing Just Cause. Anyways, but yeah, so like, you know, it's very dumb to sort of pretend that anybody talking about their stream is doing some kind of, you know, like appalling self-promotion. Like, if it comes up naturally, it comes up. All right, let's see if I can make it this time. 3 minutes to go, 2.5, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you do your best, right? Like, I tend to find, and again, whether it's backseating or self-promotion or whatever, people are not as clever as they think they are. Okay, I think I'm gonna try getting closer to the target and then fighting. Yeah, I think people who think they're being clever by masking it are not nearly as good at it as they think they are. But yeah, like I said, I don't necessarily think that you know, every single, like, I don't know, like, what exactly do you accomplish by sort of pretending that other streams don't exist? Like, sometimes that's how you actually find someone who's kind of nice to hang out with. I'm really hoping I don't smash into someone, but there we go. He did not specify what condition he wants it in. Yeah, 600 meters, we're fine. Okay, I'm pretty sure I just screwed this up. I really need to find a way to... Jesus. I'm pretty sure I'm dead.
Call you back.
Police are still searching for me, so... Definitely missing the timer. I will confess, some of the ways that they do the tails, I don't know, like, basically, having someone come after you in the last leg definitely makes for some tough deliveries, tough time deliveries, but I don't know. I blew this one because of my... It is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. Yeah, this one I did it poorly, so...
Could have been better, V. Much better. But I'll take the hit in a forgiving mood for once. My man will take care of the rest.
Okay, so, first of all, I'm gonna clear out the log. Let's see if I can find a place to buy... Well, we've got a tarot card. I will console myself with the tarot card. But yeah, mostly I've been trying to get to a spot where I can buy a vehicle, but with the weird and probably unhelpful condition that I do so like on the way rather than specifically go out of my way to find one of the terminals. I probably could have drove. Ah, well. Oh yeah, I never did get to show you the other half, so that slogan we were referring to, there is Sham Paradise, Rotgut. You don't have to be rich to sparkle. This is the Swallow a Load of Bliss champagne. There may be some subliminal messaging inside of it. I've never been good at picking it up, though. I've never heard of that Vesper. Although again, that's not really my beat, so I'm not... it's maybe not surprising that I'm unfamiliar with YA titles.
It isn't right. It's like they forgot people live here. They think AVs don't make noise? I can barely sleep.
Oh, pfft. Tower? Yeah. The tower is an omen of radical change, chaos, and destruction. The lightning striking the tower signifies a return to the old order that lies buried under the ruins, and a new order that will rise from it. It is a symbol of tragedy, apocalypse, and self-destruction. Oh, actually, okay, here's one. When I was...
If it bothers you so much, go get some cochlear plugs.
When I was just about to get into Cultist Simulator, I'd been thinking a lot of the term apocalypse, and specifically as applied to, like, zombie stuff, right? So you almost always hear, you know, zombie apocalypse, and, you know, this is, you know, Walking Dead was a thing, and, you know, just, it kind of feels like this is almost inevitably a way that you're going to make some money in media. Oh, good lord. That is quite the pitch, Vesper. But the thing is that I'm also kind of familiar with the origins of the term apocalypse. So when you have like I know of it as apocalyptic literature, and generally the template that you'll sort of think of this sort of stuff would be something like the Book of Daniel or the Book of Revelation in the Bible. And it is true that sort of the subject, like the material, is sort of the end of the world, but it is specifically it's like a genre, it's a literary genre in which there are, like, it's not just the end of things that's coming up, it is also specifically sort of revelation. So like the fact that the book is called Revelation does actually have a meaning to it, that there is a sort of a message that's communicated with it. And I think the problem that I always had with the way that Apocalypse is used now is that there is very frequently the end of things, right? That part we've got down, but it very rarely has the other part, which is sort of the things being revealed, which are, in my view, a necessary part of the genre. So I'd been meaning to write an article on that for such a long time, just because I sort of felt like that was something that could produce, like, there could be good games or good story ideas that kind of came out of that. And so the idea was more that, you know, we're potentially missing out on something really interesting by not recognizing this sort of this history of the term. And then, of course, Cultist Simulator comes along with its very name, Apocalypse and Yearning, and it is exactly about that. It's almost like, you know, somebody had tapped into like my early drafts or something and said, I'm going to make a game, you know, to appeal to this very thing that you're writing about. Which, again, like, I don't mean to imply I somehow anticipated Cultist Simulator, but I think it does explain why it connected the way that it did. So I'll confess, I do actually still get a little annoyed. Only 10% of the visual novel, good to know. Actually, I do have I have an essay by Alan Moore on, I think it's called 10,000 Years of Erotic Freedom, which is specifically about the history of pornography. I haven't read it yet, though. I'd kind of like to work through it. It's very difficult to read one-handed.
Client's got a strict deadline. Seems he's on his way out and hit scene. Need you to Delta Skeleton.
But no, I'm behind on my reading. Anyway, sorry, there was something I was saying. Oh yeah, anyway, so I still feel like we can do better with the hey, Tricky Boy. I still feel like we can do better in terms of what we expect from our apocalypses. But I also sort of know that it's kind of like the definition of the word fulsome. If you look it up now, you'll find like 4 potentially competing definitions. By the way, does anybody know the name for a word that has 2 contradictory definitions? There is actually a word for it. I'm curious if anybody knows. I will share, if not. But yeah, so I'm kind of accepting that people will not start using Apocalypse the way I think it should be used, but I think it's something we should still aspire to. I know Precious has contradictory definition. Oh, that I don't think I... Or maybe I do. Could you give me an example of the contra... Anyways, I wasn't aware that Precious was what is known as a contronym. But... All right, I'm gonna blame the Twitch delay on that one. Yeah, so like the example I like to use is dust. I actually think that might also be on the Wikipedia entry for contronyms. But you know, like if you're putting like, you know, this little layer of powdered sugar on a pastry, you might say that you're dusting it with sugar, but on the other hand, when you are dusting your apartment, generally you are removing dust. Interesting, I didn't realize that precious meant worthless. I think left is another good example. So, you know, who left the party, but also how many people are left at the party. And I never really think about contronyms up until the point that I talk with people who are learning English, and then I appreciate just, damn it!
I'm gonna have to dock your payout.
That's 3 in a row.
Maybe switch up your game. Try a little harder next time.
I totally could have made that too. I was just chatting too much. Not meeting with Reed yet, but I am going to move towards the fight. Oh, you know what? I haven't been zoomed in close enough. There we go. We'll go to the auto-fixer terminal there. Oh, peruse isn't actually. So I think for peruse, what happened was someone used it in a, like, in an amusing way, and then it kind of became so. Like, peruse actually means to go over in great detail, but the way we usually mean it is just to kind of give it a once over. So that's one where you can definitely see that somebody was, you know, going to be kind of cute and, you know, and say they were going to peruse because they knew that they were actually going to, you know, it was not something that was worth the significant effort, let's say. And I think 18 is my highest. Yeah, 18,360. Okay, 22,950. And what I'm going to do, I am reasonably well off here, so I'm actually going to buy up a bunch of other stuff, but I'm going to buy sort of the lowest cost I can find. So I think 36 is my lowest. It has been a while since I've bought some vehicles. But yeah, it looks like there's a bunch of 36s and 37s kicking around here, so. So I think 38. Nope, 37 and 38. Yeah, actually, it was kind of interesting. There's someone who kind of really objected to the fact that I said... So I actually really don't like the way people use begs the question now. So begging the question is a logical fallacy in which you assume the premise for your conclusion. So, and I think to me, it's actually kind of important to understand why that is poor argumentation. And the fact that the meaning has changed, I do think, you know, again, I don't deny that language might shift, but I do think that that can also represent a certain slovenliness when it comes to people's understanding of, you know, of logic, of persuasion. So basically I'm talking about rhetoric here. Yeah, and literally today. And again, the idea here isn't to be sort of this, you know, finger wagging, you know, you have to keep the language the way that it is. And I hope, you know, I hope that I did the best that I could to sort of communicate that it was not a, like, it was not a requirement for me that language remain static. But that I think it, you know, those so I think that was the problem, right? Is that the majority of that discussion really centered around this idea that, you know, language can evolve, and I never really denied that. But I think you can still say that, you know, that particular evolution might explain why so many people actually do fall into that trap. It's an easy one to do. And especially, I actually tend to find it's a big one that comes up today, just because, you know, most of the time you're going to be talking with people that you already agree with, right? Why would you expose yourself to things that, you know, and again, like, don't get me wrong, I don't expect people to be Vulcans, right? Like, I don't expect someone who is, you know, hard left to sit down and read, like, the National Review or Breitbart or something like that on a regular basis. Not that I want to draw an equivalence between National Review or Breitbart, but I'm like, I don't know that many right-wing publications, so I'm doing my best with what I know.
Back in the game. Guess you liked it, huh? Got a vehicle to track down. Something interesting in the back, too.
Whenever I start talking about Ronald Reagan, it gets hot in here. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I do tend to think so many articles just kind of take whatever the audience's kind of orthodoxy for granted. And I don't know, like, maybe the point of these articles is just to, like, people, like, get their takes for the week or something like that. But I know certainly the more rewarding articles I've read tend to be ones that teach me something new, and sometimes that means, I mean, hell, like, I read foreign affairs stuff. I subscribed to foreign affairs when I was in grad school, just because it was relevant to the research I was doing. But, you know, I've kept with it. And I mean, reading a foreign policy journal, which, yeah, I mean, let's face it, experts are going to be... Oops. See ya. Could you have done a more dramatic death? Okay, that guy obviously swerved to hit me. But yeah, I don't know, like, so when so many of our articles are basically kind of taking, you know, because our side is obviously right, here's why the other side is wrong. I'm not entirely sure what purpose that really serves. And it suggests to me that maybe preserving the meaning of begging the question would be a useful thing. One that used to bug me when you were young was people would say, I always choose pink anymore.
Shit, got someone on your ass.
Sorry, just give me a quick second. I don't think I'm on a timer, but I'm still gonna get closer to this section. I really need to stop hurting civilians in these situations, because adding the police to the equation is a really great way to make this harder. Anyway, I think I should be able to get by without the police. And I'm going to stop talking about rhetoric. I mean, I know people tend to react poorly when I say this, but I do feel like this game took a lot from Grand Theft Auto. And I mean, it's easy to see why. Grand Theft Auto is making a ton of money long after its release. You know, the fact that the role-playing elements are a lot more. Okay, well, I guess I'm not allowed to say what I want to talk about or not talk about anymore. Yes, I get it, right? Like, I just think there's maybe a little bit more that we can say than clicks. Like, you know, people do it for money is also something you can kind of say about everything, but I just don't really feel like that adds a whole lot to the conversation. So I perhaps am saying these things not because I find it mysterious to, you know, it's not that I find it mysterious as to why anyone would ever do this. I think I'm kind of aware that there is a financial motive for a lot of these things, and I understand that people are feeling a pressure. In fact, I have gone so far as to say that I think people's complaints about Fox News are more that it was earlier and better at doing that sort of thing, rather than necessarily feeling that that was the wrong approach. But I'm just not entirely sure repeating that same observation again is... I don't think that adds anything. And I think in the end, if you're trying to explain or if you're trying to understand the world a little bit better, if hopefully you're trying to do something different, relying on just sort of the same thing everybody else is saying is not really the best way to go about it. But one drawback is whenever I do talk about this stuff, I do tend to find that people kind of react in a way like I've never really thought that clicks might be the motive or something like that. And it just makes it really discouraging to talk about this sort of stuff. I don't know why I come off as very naive to people, but it does mean that there's a set of things that I just really have to stop talking about, I think. Hey, Kieran. No problem at all. Well, I mean, obviously, it's your leisure time, right? But very happy to see you. I've mostly been doing side quests.
Oh, hell no.
But I did just buy a bunch of vehicles, so I should be done with that. Oh, sorry to hear that. If it persists or if you otherwise need to reach me, let me know and I'll try and find an alternative. Yeah, Vesper's saying in a very diplomatic way that I suck at driving in this game. I am actually happy, though. I think maybe I've been a little spoiled, you know, in comparison to Old World. I'm pleasantly surprised at how smooth the game has been running. Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Cured. You can hire a bat of fortune to decorate your place. Cured. I actually think I'm forbidden from having any of you see my apartment because it's a bit of a disaster right now. Next month, I think I might try and order like some I don't know, wooden cinder blocks and finally make a bookshelf or something. No, I get it, Tricky Boy. It's like the problem that I have is that like it's never like no raindrop thinks it's responsible for the flood. So like the drawback here is that the most common thing that will happen is like when I try to fill a silence in a game and someone decides that that is their perfect moment to start telling me how to play the game. And like there's no real way to handle that. You know, sometimes it'll just be a matter of the topic that's being discussed. And I think what tends to happen is if I want to try and go somewhere with an idea, and you know, again, I don't know why. Like, it just really does feel very often. I can even pose something as a rhetorical question, and it becomes, you know, an opportunity for someone to sort of talk to me like I've literally never thought about it before. And that just sometimes means that the range of topics that become interesting to discuss sort of constrains itself. And it's not like I sit down and I have like a shit list of people who I don't want to see chat. But it does sometimes mean, like, in order to avoid feeling too discouraged on, you know, on broadcasts, or essentially if the, you know, if it just seems to be going down a direction where it's no longer being an edifying conversation, sometimes the better thing is just to move away from discussing that. And of course, the drawback is that it never turns out that way. It's always someone has to say something. Someone has to bring up they have to have the last word on it. And then it's like, okay, well, now I don't have control over what I'm talking about on my stream anymore. And it's, you know, it just, eventually I just sort of shrug my shoulders and I'm like, okay, well, that's another thing I'm not going to talk about again. So, you know, again, like, I don't want to single you out. It just happens to be that was the catalyst for this time here. But the only thing I can say is, like, when I say, okay, well, maybe stop talking about this, like, I just wish it would be honored. But I also don't see a lot of value in sort of dwelling on that sort of stuff, because that just makes people feel... It makes people feel bad, right? Like, I think the majority of things can be honest mistakes, and I don't think honest mistakes should be something that result in something like this, for instance. And so I tend to prefer moving on just for the simple sake that it's more convenient for everyone. And like I said, people don't feel like they're being beat up on, which I hope you don't feel right now. Sorry, just need a second.
why you're here?
B! Ha ha ha! What a coincidence!
I see you're in your element here.
Yeah, well, I love to entertain, put on a show. Could say I'm a clown at heart.
Mm-hmm. Meaning we gotta keep you far from kids' B-Day parties.
Can't argue with that!
So it's you I'm fighting.
Depends.
On what?
If you want to get splattered. If so, then lace up, lay down some cash, and let's have some fun.
Care to explain the nade nose?
What about it? It's where it's always been.
Right, but say someone were to give it a good poke.
Silly question. It does what all grenades do. So, you know, game plan accordingly.
If we're doing this, it's for serious scratch. I'm up in the stakes.
Oh, I see you're not joking around. No problem. I'll sweeten the pot. Come with me.
So obviously I'm going to show you what happens if you pop the guy on the nose.
You two are ready to start?
Yeah, ready as I'll ever be.
May the best brawler win!
He's protecting this a lot better than the last time I did this.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
V! V is your winner! By technical knockout! Your money, take it and get out of here!
So as you can see, you don't make a lot out of that. Have you ever thought about playing Death Collector games? Like Witch's House? Again, never heard of it. Actually, Witch's House was one you were playing recently, right?
If we're doing this, it's for serious scratch. I'm up in the stakes.
Oh, I see you're not joking around. No problem. I'll sweeten the pot.
I'm actually
Come with me.
not familiar with the genre, to be honest. Does anybody else? I mean, Vesper can answer, but obviously I want to get chat involved with this. I don't know if Tricky Boyvis, if you wanted to comment, but yeah, I don't know. Does anybody want to give me
Ready as I'll ever be.
the short,
May the best brawler win!
the elevator pitch on the Death Collector genre?
Stop! I'm done. I surrender.
This fight is over! V is the winner!
Ooh, that was a doozy, V. Got me grinning like a goon, ear to ear. Here's your take. You earned every penny.
Thanks. You're a real bozo. You know that, Ozob.
A what? And you're Mr. Normal? Don't turn your nose up at me!
Oh, interesting. I'm actually curious then. Like, so I know there's a few people who watch the channel who used to be big gamers and like watching stuff now, but like, what kind of games do you wind up playing? Because I'm always curious about this. work with, there's a few people who are interested in like the idea of Twitch, because like to them it just sounds like one of the most ridiculous things that they've ever heard. But I mean, I think most people kind of recognize that there's a lot of money that's spent on it. Like I think Amazon paid like $1 billion, almost $1 billion for this. You know, it's one of these things. I mean, to a certain extent, I guess it's a little bit like actors, right? You know, why does somebody make tens of millions for just appearing in a movie? And of course, the answer is because the movie will make, you know, 10 times that salary, sometimes on an opening weekend, it feels like, for their presence. But yeah, I don't know. Like it is always kind of interesting to me for people who are primarily Twitch viewers as opposed to gamers themselves, because for me, I definitely spend more time playing the games. And admittedly, that is because I'm a broadcaster, but I think in general, even if Twitch didn't exist, I would definitely, or sorry, if I wasn't a broadcaster, if my Twitch channel didn't exist is what I meant to say, I would spend more time, you know, playing than watching. Yeah, I've never actually had good numbers on those, but it wouldn't surprise me. I definitely remember more clearly the time when gaming crossed film. And I mean, like the amounts that are being made have definitely gone up across the board, but Corpse Party, where you can have important characters die but have the story keep going. Actually, I can't say what game I was beta testing, but there was one that did that. It was an interesting approach just because of the subject matter that it took. I'll definitely mention it when I can. But I do find it interesting how some games are able to tell that story while switching out characters and not necessarily feeling like the characters are unimportant, which is kind of the big challenge for me. Cree started watching Let's Plays because he wanted to play horror games but still couldn't do it. Did you get to watch us play Outlast then? Congrats on winning Pacifica. Heard the other guy had a grenade instead of a nose. God, I love Night City. This place is so fucking weird.
Hey, you do know that grenade's gonna pop one of these days, right? I avoided, but someone else.
I know. We all die someday. At least when I do, there'll be fireworks.
Used to game a lot, did some esports reporting, and set up a little brand with some people. It went ugly, and you lost a little joy from it. Every now and then you'll play some Blood Bowl, Magic the Gathering, and maybe do one Phantom Brigade mission or so. Okay, I'm actually really glad that... So the thing is, I think you had mentioned getting into Phantom Brigade before, so I think that's maybe why it came as a bit of a surprise to me that you didn't do that much gaming. I do have Blood Bowl. I haven't actually put a lot of time into it. But I'm sorry to hear, like, I don't know exactly what esports you were doing, but I did touch on that very briefly in terms of university. And yeah, esports and anything kind of related to esports really does feel like that can lend itself to a certain type of attitude, which I've never felt very good about. But I am kind of sorry that wound up coloring your gaming experience. I think especially too because for my own part, like I do sometimes reflect on the amount of time I spend on gaming relative to some of the other things that I think are maybe more fulfilling in terms of life. Like even just something like reading, right? There's a lot of fiction I really wish that I was reading, and I spend a lot of time on, I spend a lot of time on nonfiction. And of course I consider some of that time I spend gaming and how that could be spent, towards, reading like Culture or something like that. Or the Culture novel. Obviously, there's no book called Culture, but I mean, in the end, I do wind up doing the gaming, and sometimes it's because it's a little bit easier to get sucked into, and sometimes it's because it's what I feel like doing at the time. But in the end, that reflects a choice on my part, as opposed to it being a bit dimmer than it used to be. So I am mildly curious if I can't take the shot. Interesting. Oh god, I didn't want to go back down the car path, but I actually have enough money to buy another, I have enough money to buy another car, so. Arasaka, eh?
Corporal, right? Shit. Betty came all the way from Charter Hill. Yeah, few after-hour shots. What? You jumped him?
89.3. Hey, V. 3 new wheels, huh? Giving you the delivery address now. No. Try not to beat the ride. Client's a picky one.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. But if there's not a timer, I might actually be able to do this. Basically, all the Blizzard games you were picking up where the MLG left off, and then the money got real and it all went bad. It felt like I was about to create your dream job. Ah, god damn it. Sorry, I will read that in a minute, but the game decided to give me one of the more tricky combinations. Okay. Okay, if I can make good time on the highway, I think we got it, but that's a big if. Don't think I'll get it, but well, it's right on the off. We'll see. Like a glove. Okay. You felt you were about to create your dream job, and the gaming just hadn't been an excessive waste of time. It fell apart, and I don't know. I was heartbroken. I couldn't really pick myself up properly. You know, I get that. I mean, it's a shame, right? Especially too because it's one of these things. I have to imagine. I don't know if you've told that story or not, but I appreciate you sharing that because I know that's not necessarily the sort of thing that's a joy to relive. But I have to imagine that one reaction that you'll sometimes hear from people is like, well, you know, you just got to pick yourself up. You just get back on that horse. But like, it doesn't work that way. There are ways that memories like come back in the worst possible way. And that really does like have an effect. Sorry, I'm just going to take a second. But I think the thing that I find such a shame about it, right, is like I think to a certain extent there is absolutely a way that you can say that gaming isn't like to a certain extent, right? Anybody can look at any leisure, and by definition, that leisure is a waste of time, right? But it serves a very useful purpose. Sorry, need a minute here. So 55, 480. 57. I mean, I can try and go for the 82. I can afford it. Wasn't exactly how I was going to do it, but I think I might. Let's get something expensive. You can pine for the good old days, or you can live in the now. Like the Herrera, the Spanish car maker just released a tuned-up model of the Riptide. On the inside, you've got a hybrid engine with nearly 800 horsepower, magnetic suspension, remote controls of the rear axle, whatever the fuck that means. And on the outside, you got a good old-fashioned neo-militarism that almost brings tears to my eyes. Buy it before I change my mind. But yeah, I don't know, actually, I'll be honest, the one thing that I'm not sure about is I don't know, I don't know how you feel about whether or not you would want it to become something that gives you joy again. Like, there is, as I said before, like, one thing I sort of think about for myself is the time I spend on gaming and how I really often tend to think that it's something I would probably be better if I did less of. Not enough that, I mean, like, obviously my revealed preferences are such that I continue to game, so, you know, clearly I find some value in it. But there's always, you know, there's always that lingering question, I feel. So in some cases I sort of think, like, you know, maybe it's a good thing to game less. But I also kind of feel like it would be nice if it was a choice, right, where you don't necessarily feel a lack of interest, or, you know, it brings back a memory or something like that. But instead, you're sort of saying, you know, I'm choosing to do this other activity because this other thing brings me more joy. And I'm sorry I am sorry you went through that, just because I know, like, I don't have the direct experience that I could say, you know, here's the exact mapping I have, but I've definitely been exposed enough to I've been exposed enough to those kinds of attitudes to have a little bit of an idea in terms of what that might have looked like, and it's not great. Like, I can completely understand why you'd sort of curtail the time that you spend on something like that. So I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but I also wanted to sort of mark the fact that I imagine that is probably not a fun thing to remember, so I appreciate you doing that.
This?
I didn't even have a guess, but it turns out to be strength. Where is it? Strength is the card of resilience. It is associated with determination, bravery, and internal struggle. One must have dedication in order to overcome obstacles and reach one's goal. Strength is about physical prowess and spiritual fortitude, the power that must be unleashed to achieve the impossible. Am I not allowed to get in my car anymore? There we go. Okay, this was a fun little digression in terms of the cars. Oh, I think I can even do the Cyber Psycho. Maybe I'll do the final fight too. Yeah, I don't know. I do kind of want to see where the main quest is going, but I am also very tempted to see the, or to just get a few of the side quests knocked off. So I'll definitely do the, Cyber Psycho sighting. I might do the fight, and then I think we'll maybe see what we can find at the Moth. I do also want to say that I appreciate everybody stopping by tonight, because it was pretty sparse last week, and I wasn't 100% sure if I wanted to do too many quests on today's broadcast, just because I wasn't sure how many people would be around. So your presence has given me a certain degree of confidence to pursue the rest of the story. Yeah. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, Tricky Boybus, like, there is a, there's an well, there's a few articles, actually, that I've done, and, just to give you an idea in terms of how I feel about it, like, as a favor to game developer, I did an analysis for them, on a subject. And they took the contents of that email and tweeted it out, and then sort of asked after the fact if that was okay to send out. And I was like, okay, well, I'll at least do a write-up for you. And like, the thing is, as you probably have noticed from the chat, right, like, I do tend to speak with conditionals and, you know, in more of an abstract way. So sometimes presenting a particular set of findings will be, you know, if we do, so like, basically, if we do things the way that other people do them, this is the number that comes out. And it's not necessarily the bold claim that says, it shall be this number. That can equally be seen as, and so perhaps we should raise the question about, you know, whether or not this is a good way of measuring it. And I think there is some value in at least putting, you know, putting some structure around that, because then you can be held accountable for if it doesn't turn out or not. And as it turns out, actually, the number that I got was very similar to their internal projections. Where the catch comes in, though, is that when that article was more broadly received, it got an extremely negative reaction. And in fact, it was one where I was largely accused of saying things that I never did. And on top of that, people involved in that person's community decided to...
Know what? You're fucked, asshole!
Yeah, like, essentially they got overly familiar. They're really disrespectful, and I said as much as, like, I really don't think we know each other well enough for you to be talking to me like that. But ultimately I was the one getting told off for, you know, ruffling feathers based on some comments that I made on stream or something. Damn it. I was just about to hit my heal button. So anyways, the thing is that was actually, so there's two things that happened out of that reaction. First of all, it was one of several articles where I noticed that the reaction tended to be that people largely didn't engage with what I was actually writing. And that number two, I found...
Here, all yours.
I did find some negative responses, and that I sort of hit this point of like, well, what? Like, I'm doing this for free. Like, why should I have to put up with this? But the other thing that I found kind of interesting was this is when I was working with a more overtly statistical job. And one of the people who actually wanted to get into gaming looked at the reactions and said, you know, like, and she was in a position to sort of know what my knowledge is and sort of like the value of what I effectively did for free. And her reaction was to say, like, why are they talking to you like this? Do they not understand what a nice thing you did for them? And of course, the answer is no, right? You know, it's sufficient to, you know, it's just sufficient to crap on the, you know what? Have fun, guys. So, you know, the fact of the matter is that as much as I actually really enjoy doing data analysis, and as much as I would really like to do more of that sort of stuff, the fact that I really felt that I did not have the support of the people, like, so I put it to you this way: the fact that my estimate was effectively equal to the person who tweeted it out in the first place. I feel like if I turn around and say, well, they were equally wrong, you know, that's just saying is like, okay, well, you should attack them too, which is clearly not where I want to go with that. You know, I'll at least not spread the unhappiness.
Near the gym, there's this walkway where people are falling off the map. Find out what's going on. Just don't disappear yourself.
But on the other hand of that, like, despite the fact that I really like doing that sort of stuff, I am absolutely much less inclined to do any kind of data work where I don't control when it's released and where it's released. And it's just because in the end, like, there's only so many, like, I think to a certain extent, it's just like, you know, there's only so many times, and or at least a certain level of intensity that you can get in terms of the response, where you just sort of say, it's like, you know, this might have been fun at one point, but this has ceased to be enjoyable. I mean, again, the thing that really sucks about this is that usually this is different from your own case, but in my own case, it's like, well, you know, and why did people do this? Well, because they want, I mean, there was one person who's definitely just trying to cause trouble because they don't like me very much, but they're at least clever enough to not, like, do so in an obvious way. So they're obviously causing trouble, but have that degree of plausible deniability. That's, oh, I didn't know that was going to be the reaction. But yeah, I mean, it just winds up being one of these things where, you know, I'm not entirely sure the world is any better with people like me being discouraged from doing the analysis, and whether or not you feel that, you know, me being able to do analysis is probably not something that anybody's going to feel very sad about, you know, me not doing. And I mean, again, to a certain extent, right, like, I don't mean to overrate my my chops, but I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to these kinds of methods. Doesn't mean my answers are always right, but it does mean that as far as a systematic way of thinking about these things, I think I can lay claim to at least some possibly novel applications, or at the very least a way of framing it so that you have a system to find out where it went wrong by the end, as opposed to just opinion, which tends to be driving a lot of these conversations. But what I will point out is that in a time when people are talking about how we should be encouraging certain groups from participating in gaming, this was someone who was interested in gaming, and I will note the pronoun I used, she. So this is someone who is considering gaming, specifically considering gaming data analysis. I think has a reasonably good opinion of my own analytical capabilities. And the only thing that they saw and commented on was the hostile reaction to something that was very nice. Now, is that going to encourage such a person to pursue a career in gaming or not? So whether or not you think it's a tragedy for me to not feel welcome, because, you know, nobody's going to feel sorry about, someone who looks and talks like me, not participating in gaming discourse. But the knock-on effect is somebody who might fit a demographic that you want to see encouraged in gaming is equally discouraged. Because I have to assume that they would have it even worse than I did. So again, there's no direct parallel to be drawn to your own case here, Tricky Boyvis, but I will absolutely say, like, something that genuinely does give me joy, I don't do, specifically because of that experience with that particular developer and their audience. And that was the Just Be Nice crowd, right? that's not even a group that's well, depending on what circles you had, it's not the one that people first think of as a particularly vicious group. So yeah, no, I 100% understand, like, why you would be reluctant to go back to something after an experience like that. But likewise, I do hope it eventually transforms to something where regardless of whether you go back to the level that you did before, I do hope that it eventually becomes something where you are choosing how to spend your time as opposed to feeling a particular reaction when you do something. Because I think there's a meaningful difference, right? You know, if you find it unpleasant to do something because of a bad memory, you know, I suppose to a certain extent that can be considered a choice, but not so much in the same way where, you know, it's something that's in the past and it doesn't quite give you the visceral reaction that maybe happens. And, you know, I guess sorry, I'm stumbling over what I'm trying to say here, but the one thing I don't want to take is that the peak or the solution to this is necessarily to do more gaming, because again, gaming is a leisure activity, you know, and we do have more in our lives than just to be entertained. Who are they? You just want to talk? I am actually quite reluctant to say who it is, because I feel there was actually a very small number of bad actors in this particular case. But unfortunately, the bad actor, like I don't see how I could give names and not be implicitly participating in the kind of behavior that I found very negative and something I would want to see done differently. So the one thing that is different, though, I actually did used to say that I was used to a very brutal environment in terms of economics seminars, and that is true. But I no longer I no longer say that I'm sort of willing to hear anything, or that I've got a reasonably thick skin. And the reason why I draw that distinction is that I do actually care when people accuse me of saying things that I didn't say. And I think that's especially because I recognize that I'm actually a very small voice online. And so that if there is a very large crowd saying that I said something I didn't say, it is actually very difficult for me to get the truth out. And given that if I am doing an analysis of something, the whole point is to get to the bottom, right? To get to the truth. So I would say that I would actually feel okay if someone says, you know, methodologically, this is a complete mess. And here is, oh yeah, no, I know you're joking, but it's, you know, it's an opportunity for me to sort of be a little clear in terms of how I think of this. So if somebody sat down and said, methodologically, this is a complete mess, you know, here is why you're wrong. This is where it went wrong. And this is why, you know, no one should ever believe this number. That is not complimentary to me, right? That is not, you know, that is the kind of thing that you dread when somebody's giving you feedback on your work. But the difference is that is something I can learn from, right? That has some very clear conditions under which the method has been demonstrated to fail. And yet, despite the high profile, ultimately the high profile that analysis wound up getting, there was not a single discussion on the methodology other than, you know, quote unquote, obviously wrong. And of course, the thing is that the obvious part of it is not at all obvious. Like, essentially, it's sort of people taking history as we saw it as the only possible thing that could have happened. But when you're making statistical or probabilistic statements, you do kind of, I mean, you know, I don't want to get too metaphysical about it, like whether or not there are actually multiple dimensions or whatever. It is kind of helpful to think of it existing, you know, among one of many different possibilities. And, you know, not like, you know, like the weather will give you a certain probability of rain. And the fact that low probability and there was rain does not mean that they were mistaken in assigning it that low. Like, low probability events do still sometimes happen. Like, unless it's zero, you know, it's still giving you some idea about whether or not you should be bringing an umbrella. But people don't think that way. So as a result, you know, unless you've got a perfect track record or you're sufficiently popular, obviously people are very forgiving of popular figures. you effectively have to hold yourself to a standard of not reaching too far out. And as I'm sure some of you who read the articles will notice, that I don't do that well, right? Like I do actually try to talk about non-obvious things because we already have a Wall Street Journal. Like, so of the places that cover games, right, there's the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg, and those are proper business publications, and they have some good people covering it. Then in terms of dedicated industry publications, you've got gamesindustry.biz, you've got Game Developer, formerly Gamasutra, and sometimes they're just sort of often they're just sort of repeating what other outlets are reporting, but then there's still dedicated sites. And then you have, the usual suspects of like Kotaku and Polygon and such. And I mean, obviously they have there's much more editorializing inside of them. I'm also kind of moving along the lines of sort of quality of coverage. And I feel bad saying that, right? Because obviously everybody loves to hate on Kotaku, and they do still sometimes have good reporting, but I could do with a whole lot less of the editorializing, and I think it would be a much better publication. Because I don't really need to hear for the 50th time that a CEO is evil because they have more money than their workers. I just don't think that's an interesting point to make if it's getting thrown into every single article. It's not even necessarily wrong. Like, obviously, depending on your politics, you may feel that the existence of a certain level of wealth is immoral. I'm just not entirely sure that the gaming coverage is enhanced by that, because I don't think there's anything unique about the fact that people in the gaming industry have, like, I'd put it to you this way, right? Like, if you want to talk about wealth inequality and what a terrible thing it is, that's fine. That is an article that you can write. I'm just not entirely sure how it being in the gaming industry adds a unique flavor to that. But I definitely understand how that gives people, how that wins points among a certain type of readership. So suffice to say, right? So if you want people who have like the inside track or a good solid sort of business coverage, you've got that set of publications like Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg. If you, again, want something more connected, again, you've got established sites. You've got the Kotakus, the Polygons, and IGNs and such. So the only thing I can really do is to try and offer a fresh perspective. And the fresh perspective often means expressing very strange ideas, at least strange to mainstream opinion, ones that are not necessarily right in all of the cases, but I think at the very least should be provocative enough to have people ask the question as to, why this is wrong, right? There is a difference between encountering something that is unfamiliar and saying, this is obviously wrong, therefore I can ignore it, or this is wrong, but I'm actually having some difficulty explaining why, and then working your way through. Obviously, I don't write stuff just to be provocative. Like, I do tend to mean most of the stuff that I write, even if I do have a flair for, the trollish. So the Unity article, for instance, I don't think people should be pornographers, but there's some stuff buried in that which does show why I think some people's reactions to the Unity stuff were a bit silly. It's hard to get people to look closer at this stuff, right? Although I would just point out that I would like to think that if people were being a bit more thoughtful about this, that perhaps we would see more progress in terms of finding business models that, that lend to more sustainable game companies, which I know people are struggling with. Are you really writing if you're not pissing off Christians? I'm trying to think of the last time I've written on any kind of religious or spiritual subject. Sometimes you troll so hard you can't tell if it's actually a troll or not. Yeah, I am kind of guilty of that sometimes. But like, I will read I will read the message and then move on with the. Yeah, it's a tough one to say. I guess the best I can just sort of say is that, like, to a certain extent, I don't even think it's necessary to decode whether it's sufficiently trolly or not. so long as it provokes a way of thinking. So, like, I'll put it to you this way: like, Gulliver's Travels, or like A Modest Proposal. And obviously, I don't mean to suggest I am a writer as good as Jonathan Swift. You know, those are some pretty outrageous things that are being written about there. And yet I feel that responding to it, even if you weren't sure if the person was serious or not, I feel like responding to it in a meaningful way still leads to an interesting conclusion, right? So if you read something like A Modest Proposal and say, this person talked about the consumption of infants, therefore it is disqualified, you don't learn anything. And if you say, okay, I disagree with his position on the consumption of infants, and then you try to ground your objection to the consumption of infants, you actually wind up in a situation where you are confronted with trying to formulate positions where you are saying it's bad to eat babies, but it's still okay to have the level of poverty that there is in Ireland. And that's why that is a very good satire, right? So to a certain extent, I actually sometimes think that being able to code it properly as a troll or not is sometimes past the point. But I mean, again, if people don't feel like, this is the problem, is that I do not have the reputation for people to engage in depth with some of my stuff. Out of curiosity, how many of you have heard A Modest Proposal? I can maybe do that at the end of the stream or something. Anyways, Tricky Boy says, I would much rather have made a choice than feel as though I'd suddenly been implanted in some sort of negative Pavlovian response. I think gaming in leisurely doses for anyone is a wonderful thing. I feel like I went all in on it, bet on myself, begged people to believe in you, that you can make something of it, and really just about did. I made the mistake and trusted people I shouldn't have, and can only watch it word down in front of you. I didn't really have a plan B. Well, I mean, I will say, as far as I know this is kind of cold comfort, but like, you are still here, right? And it is, I'm happy. Like, obviously, I'm happy to have all of you here, but I'm particularly happy to have people who engage in depth in the stream. So this will sound very pat, but like, life's not over. The plan B is what you're living. And to a certain extent, that can sometimes be connecting with what you, what you value at the core. And sometimes that can also mean moving past, a particular conception of oneself. And this is, I say that I think I probably connect with this in a certain way too, because I can remember, like, straight out of high school, I spent a little bit of time in film, and I'm not sad that I did, but like, obviously that didn't last very long, and that was actually mostly by choice. But it was very interesting to see a lot of people who sort of talked about how I was turning my back on my dreams, quote unquote. And of course, the reason for that was because they figured I was their ticket into the film industry. So, as far as they were concerned, like, my decision to move into something else did not line up with their particular plans. And these are not necessarily people who are looking for the best for me. My opinion is, actually, I don't regret the film time. I probably shouldn't have spent as long as I did, and I didn't spend that long in it. But, I know enough to be able to draw from some experience there. So spent a little bit of time sort of figuring out what I was about, but that did ultimately lead to school. And I originally went for philosophy and came out an economist. Because I really did enjoy economics. But that meant some of the stuff I talked about before, right? Like, going from someone who didn't appreciate what that the square and the square root were inverse functions, to someone who obviously has enough facility with mathematics to be able to do graduate economics at a really good econ school. Which, for those of you that don't know, that means you need to know a hell of a lot of complicated math. So that's a complete revision, one does not necessarily go from camera department to economics, but that's what I did. And very recently, like, I'm not an economist anymore. I've changed jobs. I'm an analyst, whatever that means, right? I mean, I can call myself an economist because there's no like professional designation or something along those lines. But I will say that I definitely had quite a bit wrapped up in the conception of being an economist. And I do still have an economic way of thinking. And I do largely apply the knowledge that I had in, in my previous job, which actually had a business card which said economist on it. But again, what I sort of get out of what you're saying here is, there's that sense of self that you have and that sense of definition. So I think one of the reasons why I sort of relate to this to a certain extent is, there's that core that you have, there's that thing that you sort of define yourself through. And as you said, it's nice. It would be nice if you have a certain say in what that is. But again, I never like giving the pat answer, but in some of these cases, like I also want to give you at least a little credit on the idea of a plan B, because I think in some cases with like startups and things like that, there's a little bit of an over celebration of failure, but on the other hand, I do think that there is something to be said for taking on problems and ambitions that aren't guaranteed to succeed. And then sometimes I think the other skill that's like, so I think for the startup culture of celebrating failure, I think the one thing that gets missed in that, and I think would be better if it was discussed more, is more how do you recenter following it, right? Because, we've got a Sam Altman figure whose first startup does not seem impressive at all, but wound up in a very senior position in Y Combinator, and of course is now running OpenAI. So being able to understand the mechanisms that allow you to go from something which you probably, it's hard to imagine startup people who are not going all in on things, but not all of them turn out. But some of them do wind up having, second or third acts that wind up being far more impressive than what their original idea was. And then there are some people who burn out after the first one and then just, don't do anything. And I think being able to understand the mechanisms that allow that to happen are important. Anyways, underpass near the gym. Some homeless folks have been disappearing there. I'd say toss up between the animals or the voodoo boys, but the attack one eyewitness described was brutally horrific, and more importantly, there was only one attacker. Ah, yes, this one. This one is actually kind of tough for me to get a non-fatal win with. Ah, crap. Well, I don't think I've got a stealth approach anymore. Obviously, I'll do my best, but... Okay, that's promising. I can't blow these things up. That's one small problem, but... Damn it. So obviously I'm going to take the damage from the short circuit, but... So my best option here is to damage as much as possible and then settle with fisticuffs. Oh, I am screwed. Yeah. I guess that gives me a chance to try again. So I will ask, depending on when we wrap up tonight, does anybody want to hear a modest proposal, or should I save that for another time? God, I hate this. Clearly I'm going to have to engage at range before I can wrap him up. I thought this thing was supposed to be off. I actually really like the idea of two hackers fighting and being able... It's a race to see who can turn off the thing that's enabling the hack for the other. Okay. He definitely hits hard, so I can't afford to... I can't afford to rush him as I would normally like. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so I do struggle reading it. Just the English style is old, but I'll... assuming that I don't finish too late, I will try to get that red... Oh. If I can get the drop on him, I'm going to be so happy. Excellent. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, no, it's just I do have a YouTube video of it, but it's I don't know, like it is something that I did a while ago, and you know, there's a number of different ways that it can come up or be interesting for people, but it's one of the first examples I think that I ran into of like clear satire, and I think it's still one of the best, so it's always kind of fun to expose people to it, because I actually found that I was maybe a little surprised at how relatively unknown it seems to be. So people will refer to something as a modest proposal. I think I didn't leave myself any choices here. So if I do the E9, I don't have a 1C to follow up on. I gotta make a choice fast, and I don't also have an FF, so Okay, apparently I screwed that up. But yeah, I don't know, just being able to subject people to that essay again is fun. Job offer. Heard from a friend you deal with recon and risk assessment. My interest is in the Grand Imperial Mall. Can I count on you? Eagle Eye Incorporated, Spaceboy. Your friend gave me a rate 2. For the gym, it's double. Fucking robbery, but it's a deal. Meet me at your place tomorrow early. I'm in deep shit. Spaceboy to William Bradley. Yo, I fucked up. Wanted to fry this gonk I hired, trying to leave no witnesses or pay the fucking fortune he asked. Except he had defensive chrome and eked out a living and fucked me up bad. The Netwatch joined the party and I barely slipped out of the net before they fried me. Fucking clusterfuck, man. I'm holed up in my spot and I feel like my brain's doing gymnastics in my skull. I'm seeing more and more scavs around, but I don't know if they're like really here or not. Gotta help me out somehow, brother. Please. Okay. It was a VDB netrunner. Looks like he wanted to move up the ranks by taking over the gym, hired a merc who he then tried to zero by blowing his own cover from Netwatch. I knocked him out, but he's still breathing. Thanks for keeping it alive, V. I'll have my people come pick him up. Must have been scared shitless in that VDB den. I appreciate you saying that, Tricky Boy. But like, it's obviously it's the sort of thing that I'm never gonna become like popular and well known from. But I do appreciate it when people engage with what's kind of going on here. Like, it's nice to just be able, like, so the thing is that I don't know if I'm ever really going to be able to lay claim to having like some uniquely good take on a game or whatever. But at least insofar as it can be a model for...
Here, all yours.
Insofar as it can just sort of be an example of like, hey, you know, we're not just going to play the game, we'll try and engage with the ideas as far as we can. And sometimes this, you know, like sometimes it might be a game that I don't particularly care for, but you at least do the best, you know, you give it the best that you can. To me, I see a lot of value in that. You know, and again, like, if I can, like, I do maybe overvalue novelty in some cases. Like, if I can say something that somebody hasn't, so much the better. But I actually don't mind it when it's predominantly lurkers, just because, well, first of all, you know, concurrent view is a concurrent view. But, you know, sometimes people just want to listen, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay. I'm curious to see what time it will be. Are there fights at 8 o'clock?
Alina Lodbogro Salla, Yapton no.
There's 12 o'clock fights. I'm sure I've said this before, but I feel television shows that last, like, the longer a television show goes, the more likely there is going to be a boxing episode.
Yo, Rhino. I see you're keeping busy.
Next time I'm wiping the floor with you, you'll see.
I liked Rhino.
Well, if it isn't my favorite twins in Night City. Sup, fellas?
I'm not twins. It's just me. Anyway, I'm fine. Thank you.
Vic, what are you doing here?
What do you mean? I came to see the fight of the year. Everybody on the street's buzzing about it. Don't let me down, you hear?
Assign autographs after the fight.
Me? I'd prefer to get drunk after a win.
Wait, hold up. You're V? If you're going anywhere after the fight, it's the ER to collect whatever's left of you.
What's a heavyweight champ doing in the bush leagues? Any problems at home?
On the contrary, I got so much I don't know what to do with it. That's my problem. You see, I started in the mud and shit. Now I climb too high, and my fans can feel it. I gotta show them I'm still a scrappy street kid at heart. And you're just the wrong place, wrong time.
A scrappy street kid. What? Who sits his ass on leather in the VIP area? Not the most convincing underdog story I've heard.
So this is the Johnny stuff I like the most.
I ain't your typical ring fodder.
Don't make me laugh. One knock to the jaw, and you'll curl up in a tiny ball. My record in the ring's a healthy 47 W's. 0 losses, with 20 by knockout. And you look like a 21st if ever I seen one.
So, what now?
What now, he says. The title match. You go up against Razor Hughes. Heard of him, haven't you?
Met him, actually. Don't know what's bigger, his biceps or his ego.
And you're surprised. He's a 3-time heavyweight champ.
Do I even have a shot?
A good question. You good, V? Very good. This guy, he's a machine. Carbon fiber, titanium bones, hydraulic joints. All optimized by Night City's best bioengineers. I don't know. Maybe Victor will have some tips, tricks. But listen, I'll be honest. Don't look too good for you. But maybe that's better, you know? If Razor's winning anyway, maybe you're looking to earn a little something on it.
I'll pass.
Hey. You don't even know what it is yet.
Yeah, I can guess. So again, I'll pass. I fight to win. Period.
Okay, Jesus, be that way. All right, so are you two ready to fight?
Only 1 round.
What?
1 round. All it's gonna take for you to kiss my feet, beg for mercy.
Right, Shall we?
I'm ready.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, night citizens, it's time for our heavyweight bout. Facing each other tonight, we have Razor Hughes and Free. Let's hear it. On to your corner.
My bad.
V, hey, how are your spirits before the fight?
Good.
I think I might give myself a little bit of an edge here. Foods meet delight, why not? And a coffee.
My knuckles are itching.
You won't get far in this sport without confidence. But you know, positive thinking's only gonna get you so far against an opponent like Razor.
How do you mean?
The guy's a tank. Seriously. Nanofiber, real skin, shock absorbers. You can knock him on the head with a meat mallet. He wouldn't even flinch.
Appreciate the pep talk.
Hold on now. I'm not done. He's got a weakness. Had some abdominal muscle swapped out a week ago, and they haven't taken to him fully just yet. You hit him there? It's gonna hurt a lot.
Thanks, Vic. I'll keep it in mind.
You two ready? At the gong.
Uh-huh! Let's get it!
Let's start this thing.
May the best brawler win!
He's got. Hit him in the gut.
My God.
Keep your guard up, or you'll hit the deck.
Ah, that sucked. I'm gonna do that again. Thanks, Cree. I'm probably not going to be going that much longer, but I don't know. I mean, I did ask you, Tricky Boy, this. I don't.
Gentlemen, night citizen.
I've had.
Time for our heavyweight bout.
Sorry, I'm just going to wait for Coach Fred to finish.
We have Razor.
I've had a couple of cases where people will like ask me my opinion and then attack me for it. So as much as I can, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't like the idea of doing an equivalent, especially if it's something that like matters for someone. I don't think people need. Okay, I think there's a difference between like trauma dumping in a chat. Like, there are some people in certain communities who feel... I think sometimes they feel like that's the way that... Maybe that might be the way that they can get attention. And I think those can sometimes be difficult to deal with just because... that can be hard just because in the end it winds up being a real drain. There we go.
Now, this fight's over. Victory and the prize belong to V, your champion.
But again,
Think this is how it ends? Did I just let you out my grip?
You'd be wise to. Don't think you could take another beating.
This ain't over between us. We'll meet again. Tomorrow, next year. This definitely ain't the last.
Yeah, see you around then. I suggest you train in the meantime.
But yeah, no, I also think the antidote to that, though, isn't to let people not talk about things that matter to them or talk about what's going on in their lives, right? It's just a question in terms of, I think it's a question of, like, right place, right time, and the person that you're talking to. So at work, we do have some services for people who are going through some stuff. And one of the points that they make is they don't believe in sort of like continuous treatment. Like their effort is to get people better. And so they're very much focused on creating a solution. And I think that's the right way to look at it, right? Because if you're in a situation where you have a chatter who is encountering these problems and going like... always having this same problem. It suggests that maybe there isn't progress being made in terms of a solution, and I can't imagine that that's a satisfying way for anyone to live. It doesn't mean that you don't show compassion, and it doesn't mean that you don't show interest in them doing well. But I do think that in some cases it can create an almost an incentive for people to I don't even want to say overstate, but sort of restate, because in the end it sort of gives them the attention that they want, and that attention becomes a temporary fix to a more structural problem, which requires something more than a chat. But obviously, I don't think that's what you're doing, and I think it's important to distinguish between the two types. Again, I don't think people should be forbidden from dealing with things that might be a little uncomfortable, if it matters to them. Yeah, well, I think authenticity is exactly. Oh, did I? Wasn't I supposed to talk to Coach Fred or something? Apparently not. So I think we're ready to talk with Solomon Reed now, but I am going to be.
A loss. That's what I'm telling you.
Big work, V.
All of them?
I had a good coach in my corner.
Kidding me. No, I don't know what the fuck now. Ain't you the goddamn manager?
Now that is boxing.
Okay, I am probably going to need to think about going to bed, but I would like to do something Phantom Liberty related. So I'm going to meet Solomon Reed at the Moth. We'll try and go as far as we can. If I find a neat thing to do sort of in the interim, so if there's an interesting side quest that appears or any other material, so much the better. But I'm not going to say no to... I'm not going to say no to finally following up on some of the DLC. I think I'm also going to scrap a bunch of stuff in my inventory. I guess I don't have to do that now, though. Okay, so first priority, just want to double check that there isn't anything else on the map for me to follow up on. Looking mostly good. I know there's going to be some stuff that I haven't explored yet. I think the stadium has largely been ignored, but I probably want to... I probably just want to discover the rest of this stuff on my own. I still have no idea what causes this. I'm assuming somewhere transitioning from like the map to the game is kind of taken as going from indoors to outdoors. That's the best I can imagine. I am so tempted to steal that car, but I'm not going to. But obviously I'd like it if I didn't get blinded.
Hello, Dogtown. This is Kurt Hansen. Good news. Yesterday we completed some necessary repairs at the hospital. 2 months of hard work have finally paid off. Starting today, the hospital and the staff will be operating under our protection. Any stitches? A new leg?
Ain't nothing without...
So just a reminder here in terms of what we are doing. Get it together. Your missing Uber Netrunner got snared by Dogtown's head honcho. What a lovely plot twist. Don't know how you want to get into the Black Sapphire or if it's even possible, but that's not the thing I worry about. What does worry me is that what you're going to do once you get inside. Thoughts? So we've got Kurt Hansen. Most of the files on Kurt Hansen's military past were classified as top secret following the end of the Unification War. Only top Militech execs and certain members of Congress in Washington have clearance to learn just who this former colonel truly is. He's the man who secured a foothold for the NUSA in Night City as part of Operation Midnight Storm, the same man who then, after being abandoned by the NUS government at war's end, built from that foothold a new homeland for himself, all financed by smuggling and arms deals on a global scale. To some, he's a glorified gangster and a war profiteer. To others, a deserter and a terrorist. To others still, he's the charismatic leader of Bargast, a liberating force that keeps Dogtown free from NCPD jurisdiction and corporate influence, and that has turned the derelict district into a new home for so many without one. Kurt Hansen is a man of many faces, but if you ask Dogtown residents, most will say that it's safer to keep your head down than to see any of them for yourself. Alina Alex Znakis? Not sure. Undercover FIA agent, Metathropic technology specialist, and Solomon Reed's ex-protege. Growing up in the slims of the Los Angeles Metroplex, she saw her parents drown in various addictions, her friends' childhoods plummet into a never-ending cycle of crime, an environment riddled with inescapable poverty and a life of hopelessness. But she's always dreamed of seeing herself on the Braindance billboards. It was a stroke of luck that the BD studio that discovered her was an FIA front. Soon, Alex was a fledgling agent under the wing of accomplished spy Solomon Reed, taking risky ops and classified missions, both domestic and foreign. When the Unification War broke out, she was sent to Night City, where things went south and Alex came full circle. She returned to the slums she so desperately wanted to leave, though this time it was Dogtown instead of LA. 7 years undercover, doing routine spy work, she had almost lost hope of ever getting out of this hellhole, until an old friend suddenly appeared on her doorstep. The Black Sapphire. Halsey Ferris and Skiv began construction on this colossus in 2061, intending to erect Night City's most impressive hotel to date. However, along with the rest of Pacifica's redevelopment, the project took a fatal nosedive. Following the end of the Unification War, Kurt Hansen laid claim to the half-finished hotel as his new base of operations. Today, the Black Sapphire serves as the shining star around which all of Dogtown revolves. It stands 99 stories tall with a luxury club, casino, and AV landing pads on the top. The ground floor contains warehouses and barracks for Barghest soldiers. Everything in between remains a matter of speculation. A prison for VIPs held for ransom, a zoo for endangered animals that Hansen serves to dinner guests at lavish parties, a server room that puts Arasaka Towers to shame. It is no surprise that the rumors that circle the Black Sapphire grow more and more far-fetched every year. Yet one fact is undeniable, that the Black Sapphire is Hansen's pride and joy. It is an impenetrable fortress, a palace where he can play king of Dogtown and host dignitaries from the world over, but especially the who's who of Night City's political and criminal landscape. All right, just give me a second here. Fuck me, what a show. You're a legend, V. Thanks.
Here's to you, Carnalito. I don't think I recognize you on the street today.
Uh-oh. That's a nice touch, actually. So it detects that you're on your way to the mission, and it starts the relic malfunction.
Ah, shit!
Hey, what's wrong?
Come on. It's fine. I'm all right.
Sit down. How can I help?
Really? Starting to get used to it.
This the relic?
Just a little dust allergy.
Uh-huh. Fucking relic.
You experience them often? These attacks?
Don't really keep count, but never know if the next one won't be my last.
Wow, rough.
No shit. That's breathing down my neck, always.
I know what that feels like.
Being a dead man walking?
Exactly. I never talked about this, you know. I should be saying they tried to kill me. But sometimes it feels like they actually succeeded.
Tell me more.
Ambush. Attempt on my life 7 years back.
Yeah, you said. What exactly happened there, Reed?
I landed in the ICU, while I waited for some Arasaka goon to come finish me off. I was betrayed by our people, the FIA. I say betrayed, but I was sold out. Part of a deal. A peace offering. My head on a silver platter. All for a ceasefire. Peace comes at a price. Someone's always got to pay it. Come on, I want to show you something.
Hang on. They set you up, yet here you are working for him again.
Even deep wounds stop hurting eventually. Scar over. A few years on, they're just an itch. Let's go.
So I was wondering when they were going to bring up the events from the trailer.
Let's write down.
Where are we headed?
On a little trip down memory lane to see some old junk. I still can't believe Alex decided the best place for a bar was right over our old safe house. She's always had a twisted sense of humor.
Where's she at? Waiting downstairs?
She's finishing up recon in town. We should make ourselves at home until she gets back. Been dark for 7 years, this place. Let's brighten things up again. The end of any war is never pretty. Both sides race to tie up loose ends. A car bomb blew up one of my crew. Another was poisoned. A third got shot in the back of the head while buying a pack of smokes. A couple others just vanished without a trace. Every night we waited for Arasaka agents to come finish us off. I had to make a choice. I chose to dig our heels in. I thought we still had a fighting chance. It was bold. It was stupid. A mix of both. Maybe I just didn't know how to walk away, let it rest. Or maybe I don't know how to lose. Either way, we managed to save a few more agents. The price for that was yours truly.
I'm slightly curious when he refers to someone getting shot in the back of the head while buying some smokes. Obviously, one of Idris Elba's best-known roles is as Stringer Bell in The Wire, and a major character in The Wire. I won't say who, just in case anybody wants to see. I mean, it's old, so I don't feel that there's a huge reason, but I can make the point without avoiding it. But there is a character who is killed that way, so I do wonder if that's a deliberate reference to.
Tragic story, that.
Well, I wrote it myself. You play grown-up games, you face grown-up consequences. Funny. Out of everyone, it was Songbird they asked to pull the trigger.
Wait.
Yeah.
Probably had no choice.
Did, didn't. It's irrelevant now. What happened, happened. I was leaving the city, heading home. Songbird was still here, in this very room, in fact. He was guiding me on comms, led me straight into a trap. Neutralizing me. The last assignment in Night City. Then she got a ticket home.
And you're now trying to save her. Why?
Because it's the right thing to do. I had plenty of time to examine this under a microscope. Under focus, some things sharpen, others blur. But there comes a point when you just cut through the bullshit and see what's in front of you. Songbird is still my people, and nothing can change that.
Fuck, Reed.
Now Myers is a whole nother story. But Songbird, no. I got nothing against her.
So why Myers?
I miss anything?
Some reminiscing. So good. Let's get this show going. I checked up on Slider's contention. Fucking had it right, it turns out. I dove into old mission files wherever Somi was involved. They were buried deep, near impossible to access, even with my clearance. Each and every one. The Blackwall. All authorizations, mission orders, personally signed by one person. Rosalind Myers.
Wouldn't want to be in her shoes if that shit floats to the top.
The NUS is a small country governed by a woman with highly ambitious goals. Sometimes those ambitions went out over reason. But that's not something we need to pour over now. Alex, what do you have for us?
A little of this, little of that. We'll plan in a sec. Say, V, like playing fancy dress up?
What's it matter? Gotta do what needs doing. Preferences be damned.
All right, a little sourpuss. Managed to learn that some pop megastar is gonna grace the party with a show. Guest list? Expect everybody who's anybody. That includes you. Gonna don fancy outfits and rub shoulders with VIPs.
Sorry, I really didn't want to break up the dialogue with this, but Professor Susan Baer, Medical Opinion Confidential, Preliminary Report number 473, subject, A Song So Me Songbird, compiled by Professor Susan Baer. Keynotes and observations. Agent Song does not fall into any category of disorder that would disqualify her from service. That is because, as things stand, we have no appropriate category for her ailment. Right now, Somi's symptoms do not seem to have an effect on her ability to carry out her duties. It is difficult to tell how long this will remain the case. Observations. Having analyzed the recordings provided by the agency over the course of many years, I can only surmise Song So-mi's overall well-being is at risk. The agent's micro-expressions reveal moments of panic which currently do not affect her ability to hold a conversation, nor do they hinder her ability to carry out her duties. It has been ruled out that these fleeting moments of panic are the result of avoidant personality disorder. My working theory is that given the colossal amount of cognitive processes the agent is constantly subject to, she has to develop a strategy to mitigate the inevitable cognitive overloads. This leads to the agent cutting all processes at once, temporarily leaving her in a void, thoughtless. An average onlooker would be oblivious to these moments. What is most concerning is the visible increment in the duration of the aforementioned episodes of panic paired with subtle personality shifts. A report detailing the personality shift will be sent out within a week. On their own, these would be attributed to the simple fact of growing older, yet, in my opinion, they warrant undertaking a more thorough diagnosis of an agent in a laboratory setting, Conclusion. I believe that in Song So-mi's case, we can ill afford to deviate from the mandatory protocols. At this stage, my professional opinion is as follows. Agent Song So-mi requires care as well as additional extensive research into her ailment. I recommend that she be suspended from service effective immediately and to send her to one of our research facilities where we will be able to conduct an official diagnostic process. Only then will we be able to issue an official medical opinion and recommendation for future treatments. To reiterate, I fully believe handling Song So-mi's case according to official protocol is the best way forward.
Be warned though, fancy doesn't mean easy. Ready for the deets, V?
Let me hear him.
Black Sapphire, the most heavily guarded place in Dogtown. Doesn't mean security's airtight though. V, you're gonna enter through a flooded tunnel system. Got a top-of-the-line diving suit, ought to fit you snug as a glove. Water's maybe a little super toxic. So yeah, be careful.
What about Reed?
Was just about to mention, he'll be there too, of course. Already know what the hotel looks like. Really, really hard to miss. Flooded tunnels here. That's your way inside. Now focus. You'll reach a terminal at the end. Jack in and reach the cams, giving Reed his window to slip into the building. You'll take different elevators up, here. Saul will open a passage to his side. Before you ask, yeah, it's the only way. Area could be heavily guarded, so you'll have to be on your tippy toes. Couldn't get clean intel, so you'll just have to be creative. Improvise. You're gonna meet here. Soon as you meet up, you'll doll up like it's prom night and go to the ball. That's where you'll rendezvous with Songbird. All clear?
Yup.
Preem. Okay, let's talk gear. Take your time. Grab anything you think might be useful. A surprise awaits you in the box.
Okay, I'm sorry to do this. I really wanted to do this mission, but this actually seems like it's going to be quite big, and I really like the story that we just got to hear, and I'm now an hour over, and I still have some stuff to do tonight. So I actually think this is not a bad place for me to wrap up for the evening. I will definitely be back to Phantom Liberty in a week. We'll be starting with this mission and going all the way through. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully people don't feel too put out by me wrapping up here. But the thing I'm a little worried about is if the mission winds up going sufficiently long, I'm potentially leaving us in kind of a tougher spot. But I hope you enjoyed it. I really liked this this little session. I know we did some side quests. Oh, am I still just chatting now? That's a real shame. All right, I didn't realize that we were tagged as just chatting instead of Cyberpunk. It said Cyberpunk on one side. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's all in the past. But I'm going to be back on Monday with probably more Old World, although I do notice that it has been really hard to... It's actually been really hard to get that to run properly. But I'll do my best. On top of that, Wednesday we'll be back for Phantom Brigade. We might be hitting our last session of that because I think we're going to the capital fight. And then, of course, a week from now we'll be doing more Cyberpunk. I'll try and give, just because we're getting close to the end of the month, let me just take a quick look here and see where we're at for holidays. So I think on the 20th we have Victoria Day. So my guess is for the next little while, we should be good for regular streams. On the 15th of May, I'll have the local game dev meetup, Dirty Rectangles. And then the following Monday, on the 20th, I believe Victoria Day will be a day that I have a holiday, and so it's more likely that I won't be streaming then. But it seems like the Fridays are going to be free. So for those of you who are here for Cyberpunk, you get to watch without interruption. But anyways, let's see who is on. So we've got Kilgore Trout, we've got Revive Snow. You know, it's been a while since I've hosted Kilgore. I'm trying to remember the last time I did. So I'm gonna raid Kilgore Trout tonight. He's currently playing Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, the Director's Cut. I believe that's an adventure game. I think I've seen him play that once before. Anyways, I hope you enjoy it. Kilgore is a partnered streamer. He is also a member of the GOG stream team, so he has played Cyberpunk and just overall, he's a fellow Canadian and also does box and movie hype. So plays a lot of classic games. Definitely a good fellow to watch if you like watching. Classic games. So I'll leave you in his capable hands for tonight. As for me, I'm gonna get some writing done. I'm gonna maybe make myself another cup of tea and hopefully get to bed before 2, although even that is pretty late. So anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. I hope you have a good weekend. Thank you for sharing both positive and negative stories, and I will see you in the future.